pleasant night to hear the cries of the seagull birds. Oh, they're on my mind. Tonight we are here, gathered to witness a special game of mental fitness. Umineko no Naku Koroni. How many people know the story? Not me. Only little bits and pieces from the past, like 2008 when I saw the anime last. Well, it's the Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning, 7th expansion in Alchemist. Not on my main mic, uh-oh. You alright?
Good thing you noticed before too late. Or else we would have had a terrible fate. I would hate to think that we could skate all through the night with such a betray you'll love expectations. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I have no doubts that this game is much better than the anime Lapusha with Australian $2 to say Umineko no Naku Koro ni! Thank you very much, Lapusha. Oh boy, it's finally happening indeed. Aggressive seagull noises. Alright, let's make it full screen. Well, let me indeed. Aggressive seagull. You know, I should have checked the audio right away as soon as I started the stream, but I was too busy being poetic. Ooh. I got a trophy for opening the configuration window. All right. Okay, English. Yeah. Full screen. There we go. Okay. Cool. All right, gang. We're going to wait another 5 minutes for people to show up because I said 7:30. Let me know if there's anything you think I need to know right now before I start playing Umineko no Naku Koroni. Is anything I direly need to know within the last 5 minutes before I start this game? I know there's nothing you can really do to spoil someone for this game because it's too complicated. Even the anime was so complicated, I don't really remember what the fuck happened. All I need to know is Brinkastelle is your waifu, do not steal. Did you know that I'm the bastard love... God damn it. I'm the bastard love child of Demon Bane and Lambda Delta wrapped up in the pelt of Arceus, and I exist across 10 dimensions with cruel intentions, blowing up your planets like you do my Twitter mentions. I need to know that that's a good color for me. Well, thank you. That's why I like this shirt. I will make the game bigger also before I start playing it. I'm not going to have it at this little half-screen mode. I'm going to make myself small. Just figured I'd be here at the start. Umineko no Naku Koroni. I'm excited. I'm like brimming with anticipation. I know it's going to be like a slow start, and I'm just gonna be reading like inane dialogue that will only have meaning later, but you know what, I'm gonna have fun with it. I got plenty of weed and plenty of alcohol, so it's not like I'm gonna have a bad time, you know. Gary says, I know nothing about this game. I'm tempted to throw out fake spoilers, but I worry I might get something right. It could happen. I mean, sometimes the game just lies to you. So sometimes the spoiler is that something was a lie, you know? Let's go. New person here. I'm just excited to see another starting the real Umineko journey. I'm excited too. Again, I've been putting this off for a long time. I've been saying for a long time I'll only do it if I could do it as a live stream. With as many Umineko fans in the attendance as possible. Because I don't want to do anything wrong. I don't want to get a bad experience with this game because I misunderstood it. Or I just was like I don't know, too in my head about it or something. I need people to help me move through the game. You know, if something gets me hung up, this game is like 150 fucking hours long. I don't even think I've played a normal game for that long. I've played like maybe 3 video games for upwards of that much time, and they were all multiplayer. all of them, my friends were involved in some way, so I cannot say. Do I expect to finish the whole game? Yes, but it will take a long, long time. But you know, I want to build hype for it. I think the longer I do it, the more committed I am, the more people will come along for the journey. So, you know, I'm going to come at it with the perspective of, even if I hate it, I'm going to play all of it, and I'm going to hate all of it, you know, but I think I'm going to like it. I liked the anime, and the anime wasn't even particularly good. It did not get to the part of the game that everybody likes. So if I liked the anime that by most accounts is not great, I think I'll probably enjoy the game. I also took my entire identity from it. If you missed the little preview intro part for this. All right, it's almost 7:30, y'all. You've seen a few people play this and it took them all at least a year. I believe it. Did someone ask me to install the GOAT patch on top of Umineko? It stops the PS3 OPs from playing to episode 4 or 8 that contain spoilers. I don't believe so. All I've done is download. I got this off of Nya. Somebody sent me a download link. They said, this is the one you want. I said, all right, I'll do it. All I know is it has the PS3 sprites that everybody seems to like. And most importantly, it was free instead of $75, and nobody had to pay for it. How much do I remember of the anime? I remember there's a little girl that goes, ooh, ooh! And I remember Yami yo Kirisaku oh desire sacrifice sheep to God. All right, let's start this fucking game. I'm tired of listening to the seagulls cry. Welcome to Rokenjima. Begin the game. Suspend. Oh, I wanted to point out, actually, it says official site here on the front page. It invites you to go discuss this in a forum. So the game is meant to be discussed as you play it. I can't speak Japanese or read Japanese, so there's no sense in me going to the forum. So we've created our own little forum here for discussion. All right. Episode 1, Legend of the Golden Witch. Welcome to Rokenjima. The Golden Witch extends you her heartfelt greetings. Before anything else, please make yourself at home. There is nothing to think too deeply about. Oh, really? The Pusha with Australian $2 says, give the people what they want. Oh, I will. Just be silent and take in the events in their entirety as they unfold. That is all that is asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. Let us at least begin on the trodden road. Did I start it? Did I make it go? There we go. Will I make... Oh, yes, I have to make the game screen bigger. Thank you for reminding me. I guess I should probably... Should I do it where I'm down here or I'm over here? Y'all decide. This story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It could not possibly... God damn it, I didn't read that fast enough. You've... Oh, yeah, I'm going to read this in English over the Japanese, so we'll just get both, you know? You've been indulging in alcohol again, haven't you? Oh, how did you know? Nobody told me that this game starts off with a reference to alcohol. Hell yeah. The old physician let out a sigh as he removed the stethoscope. 2 elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with dust and a sickly sweet stench. In the corner of this room, which was much larger than what most people would call a study, there was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing a medical examination, and the physician conducting it. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching over the whole scene. The bottle is my friend. Kinzo, I love you. Game audio's a bit loud. All right, hold on. Let me make it even quieter. I put it down to like halfway, but it is a loud ass game. All right, that should probably be sufficient. The bottle is my friend. Kinzo's the best. It is no less of a friend than you, and it has stood by my side even longer than you have. Spoken like Yang Wedley. The man who had bared his chest for the stethoscope spoke unapologetically as he straightened out his clothes. Kinzo-san, your body only appears to be well thanks to the effects of the medicine. However, if you continue to drink such strong spirits, the treatment will become meaningless. This is me talking to fucking Landon. Trust my judgment. Temper your drinking. I thank you, though only for the sentiment, my friend. Genji. Bitch, another glass. Water it down slightly. That way Nanjo can save face. Are you quite sure? After eyeing both the master who demanded the alcohol and his doctor who forbade it, Genji, the old butler, silently gave a slight nod and carried out his master's orders faithfully. Nanjo, the man's personal doctor, let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet. There was a smell filling up the room. This sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. It was the smell of that venomous green drink that the man couldn't bring himself to part from. Sounds fucking delicious. Nanjo, you are my close friend of many years. I am deeply grateful for all that you have done to keep me alive this long. I have done nothing. After all, you never listen to my advice as your physician. And you never listen when I warn you about a mistaken chess move you're about to make. It seems we are even. My lord. Thank you. I wouldn't die if I ran out of your medicine, but I would if I ran out of this. With one eye on Nanjo, who had his face set in a resigned expression, Kinzo took the glass that Genji was holding out to him. There are probably very few people who would associate the venomous color which filled the glass with an alcoholic beverage. I mean, I guess it's not the first color that comes to mind is venomous green. Nanjo, be honest with me. How much time do I have left? Well, now. How short must I make it to get you to stop drinking? Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. As he watched Kinzo down the glass regardless, he spoke. You don't have much time. What precisely do you mean by that? Let us illustrate it with the chess game here. Do you really need to just give him like a fucking counter, like a couple months, a couple years? What are we working with? You are closing out the game quite well, but I do not ultimately see you cornering my king. Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a stately chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the match was well into the endgame. The black rook and bishop were cutting deeply into the enemy lines. The white king had already been castled and cornered, so that even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before too long. I don't know if I would... I might be a little too much of an amateur to recognize something like that. Ugh. Every time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves. Nanjo was stating with confidence that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend. I'm glad they explained the metaphor. Thank God, because I would not have understood on my own. Were you a normal patient, I would recommend that you write a will at this point. And what is a will, Nanjo? A miserable little policy. Handwritten instructions to the vultures on how to devour and scatter my corpse? Spoken like a real Scooby-Doo villain. No, not at all. As the word suggests, it is a way for you to record your will for later generations. It is far more than just a means to divide up your inheritance. Dapis with 15 euros says, Because I have no idea if I've ever paid for your content despite having followed your shit on and off since that one Terra Online guide, Lamau. Thank you very much. I feel like I've seen you super chat before. But hey, I'll take it. Terra is one of the only games I've played 100 plus hours of, as long as this game's gonna be. Oh. And apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of? Oh, there's your regrets and matters you have left unfinished, things you want to be passed down, and things you want to tell. Anything you want. Just literally write some shit, you know. Maybe that fiction story you've been crinkling around in the old mind, you know. Maybe it's actually really good. Maybe we can make some residuals. You know, you won't get to see any money off of it, but all right. Things I want to be passed down and things I want to tell? Ridiculous. I, Ushiromi Akinzo, have not one thing I want to tell or leave behind. I was born with nothing. I will die with nothing. There is nothing I wish to leave to my foolish children. Even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now, I shall accept this fate of death without a trace of fear. Kinzo-san. I created everything. My fortune, my prestige, everything. Those were built up by me, and they will be lost along with me. There is nothing I wish to leave behind. Nothing. After I'm gone, I care not if it all goes to waste. I desire no tomb, no coffin. Those were the terms of the contract I made with the witch. When I die, everything will be lost. That has been part of the promise since the beginning, and that's why nothing will be left behind. There is nothing I can leave behind. Well, okay, you made it sound like it was a choice you were making. Now it's kind of like, well, maybe it sounds like you just couldn't. Like maybe you would have. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left. However, I do have one regret. I have nothing to leave behind, but there is one thing I cannot leave undone. You would do well to write it down. Of course, it would be best if you could finish it before your time comes. However, even if the worst happens, those who come after you will carry it to completion. You must leave behind your regrets so that they can be resolved even if you are unable to do so yourself. That is the purpose of a will. When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulder, the dying man flew into a sudden rage and batted away Nanjo's hand. That is no good, no good, no good! It must be done while I still live. At the moment of my death, my soul will be devoured by the demons of the contract and wiped out of existence. For me, there will be no peace or another world after death. That's why everything must be done before I go. That's why a will has no meaning for me. And if I had the time to write such a thing, if I had such time to spare, I'd want to see it. I'd want to see it one more time. I want to see Beatorici's smiling face one more time. Beatorici, why did you resist me so? I would return everything you've given me right this very moment. I am prepared to lose everything. So please, show me your smile just one more time. Beatorici, I beg of you, you must be able to hear this final plea. That's the kind of woman you are. I beg of you, show yourself to me. You're here, aren't you? You're standing there invisible, listening to every word I say, and even now you're mocking me from somewhere in this room, aren't you? Please appear before me one more time and smile. Feel free to scold me, even snatch away my life by your own hands if you wish. I don't want to die alone like this. I cannot let myself die until I've seen your smile just one more time. Ah, Beatorici. Beatorici! I offer up this life of mine. I offer it up to you. I'm begging you. Beatorici! That was the most manic fucking... Hey, yeah. Alright. Let's go. Is this some fucking Calafina shit or something? Some Yuki Kajiura? I like this. Quick, start yelling Pantonichi to avoid copyright. Good idea. Don't worry about the spoilers. I've been reading the chat instead of looking at the screen or paying attention. I'm just fucking vibing to this chill ass tune. Yeah, that ruled. Midorichi! On the first day, October 4th, 1986. Pleasant music. Hey, it's Battler. Ushiromi a Battler. Whoa! Things sure move at the times. I can't believe we'll be able to make the trip in just 20 minutes. I couldn't help but scratch my head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Nijima. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. It's going to shake, isn't it? Yeah, it will. Don't worry. I've been in a lot of smaller planes because the Delta flying from Norfolk to anywhere, the connection flights are, I mean, not this small, but they're pretty fucking small. They say that smaller boats shake more, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes. It does. Ah, just spare me. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It'll shake much less than that boat did. Yeah, is that you, George Aniki? Don't scare me like that. He just shaved 3 years off my life. Anyway, what's shaking got to do with anything? You don't think I'm actually scared of the plane shaking or maybe falling out of the sky or something, right? Of course not. My mistake. I'm sure that you've changed a lot since we last saw you. After all, it's been 6 years since then. You're not a kid anymore. And here you are, old enough to smoke and drink. I've got no interest in smoking, but I've always wanted to try some booze. Well, if you've got your dad's genes, I'll bet you can hold your own when it comes to drinking, right? Well, I usually drink for business rather than pleasure. It's pretty hard to do business in Japan without it. That's exactly right. So I was thinking I'd take my first shot at it tonight at dinner. That's no good, Battler-kun. You're still a minor. Drinking alcohol is known to stunt the growth of minors, and... never mind. Come on, I'm tall enough already. In fact, it'd be easier to find clothes if I shrunk a little. I puffed my chest out proudly. How tall is he supposed to be? It's Japanese, so probably like 5'11". And he's like way too tall. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. Hey, me too. But I liked that. But then I grew and grew, and before I knew it, I was over 180 centimeters. Okay, so he's like pretty decently tall. I guess I have all that muscle training and those shady mail-order performance-enhancing drugs to thank for that. What? Wait. Battler was doing shady mail-order performance-enhancing drugs? That's a thing to just drop in there. Before then, I'd never dreamed that I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Eineke, who reached his peak height early on. Damn, I'll bet my relatives all say, "Look how big you've grown, Battler-chan," or something. That kind of thing is really embarrassing, so I hope they cut me a break. Anyway, my name, Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? Yeah. I've got to wonder what my parents were thinking when they gave me that name. They were thinking this one's gonna be in some battles. Talking about making me a Sonic fan. I grew up playing Sonic Adventure 2, alright? I know how to make chow noises. Don't fuck with me. I've got to wonder... Oh, I already read this. I've never met anyone who could read it right the first time. I usually get called Sento-kun. Oh, I guess that must be another reading of the kanji or something. Too bad. Swing and a miss. My name is written... And then there's the kanji. Oh, boy. This is gonna get into some fucking kanji shit. Can you read it? No. The first part is my family name, Ushiromiya. That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. Gary always $2 says, first you say no, then you get out of there. Is that a... Oh, that's from the... Right. First you say no, then you get out of there. I actually don't know the way he says it, like the cadence of it. Anyway. The problem is my own name. Battler is made up of the characters for fight and person, and it's pronounced Battler. So he is a fight person. He's literally Battler as in fight person. Put it all together, and you've got Ushiromiya Battler. Pretty crazy, right? It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that, but it's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official. Hey, there's motherfuckers out there named Optimus Prime and shit. Both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. Wait. His parents and the government worker are both at the top of his must-kill list. Alright. I don't know how seriously Battler takes his must-kill list, but his parents are at the top of it. Probably for good reason. Anyway, this is one of my cousins. His name is pronounced Ushiromiya George. He's 5 years older than me, so he's probably turning 23 this year. Since the Ushiromiya cousins consist of 2 boys and 3 girls, I ended up playing with George all the time. And because I've always thought of him as a big brother, I still call him Aniki today. Oh, Battler-kun, look how big you've gotten! You know what they say, leave a boy for 3 days and you'll hardly recognize him. Bird after the haircut. It must be in his blood, I suppose. Rudolph wasn't that tall either until around his high school years. Perhaps people end up taller if their growth spurt comes late. Nah, it's nothing special. A real man needs to be tough on the inside, too. Exactly. Battler-kun here knows how it works. Real men win or lose based on what they've got on the inside. Can't ever forget to keep up your training and discipline. You do that, wait very alertly for the perfect moment, and strike. Now, even I never imagined that I'd become the company president I am today, master of my own domain. Yep. I think I've come this far after starting out penniless and ruined. This portly and slightly chubby man is George Aniki's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi. He's the husband of Dad's older sister. In other words, we're not blood related. He's nice to children, pedophile, sociable all the time, even quick to give out some spending money to us kids. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. He speaks in an odd and very noticeable Kansai-style dialect, seemingly of his own creation. You gotta love that when, like, right off the bat, you've got characters speaking their own versions of dialects. But he's actually a natural-born Kanto man. Apparently, leaving an impression is everything in the business world. So speaking in a different style than other people is an act that makes him stick out more. Yeah. However, I hear that he gets embarrassed when talking within earshot of a real Kansai person, so he switches back to standard Japanese. I know exactly what that's like. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person. If only you weren't so quick to brag about your life story. That's enough for now, I think. I'm sure Battler Kun's getting tired of it. This one reminds me of my fucking aunt. But like if my aunt was a broke ass, or I mean if this woman was a broke ass, she'd be just like my aunt. Aren't you? No, not at all. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's pretty cool for a man to have some stories he can brag about. I don't have anything like that at all. Oh, really? I'd imagine a man with your looks would leave girls crying left and right, so I have trouble believing that you have nothing at all to brag about. No. You're joking, right? Of course nothing weird like that's ever happened to me. In fact, if you know anyone, I'm all ears. Oh, I'm sure you do have some stories. You must tell your aunt all about it later. Ooh. After all, George never comes to me with anything of the sort. Well, I mean, you're creepy about it. This is my aunt and George Eineke's mother, Auntie Ava. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, and they've always teased me back as far as I can remember. This sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small. That said, I'm currently in the process of discovering that they still are hard to get along with. Even so, George Eineke's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Yeah, right. Sheesh, that's pretty much the total opposite of my family. I'm sure it's not. Damn, look at the rack on this. Who is she, like the bodyguard? I feel like I remember this chick. Vaguely. Kyrie? No, she's an Ushiromi. Is it his sister? Man, I forgot about this girl. Battler Kun. Have you seen Rudolph-san?
What?
Huh? He headed off to the bathroom a while ago. Is he still not back? Maybe the poor geezer dropped dead. That's no way to talk about your own father. Still, this isn't the first time he's taken so long in the bathroom. What's he doing it there? Yeah, the guy's always been that way. Does he really have to take a magazine with him every time he needs to take a dump? Yes, absolutely, obviously. Oh, it's Battler's stepmom. Okay. God damn. Imagine trying to have such a hot stepmom. That sounds like a nightmare. Oh, what on earth might he be doing with those? Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all. As long as we're together, I won't be letting him do that on his own. How do you handle this? Oh god, I guess that's how. Just full-blown jacking off about it. He's just projecting, I guess. Oh, I'll have to get the juicy details later. What the fuck, Battler? What the fuck? Battler, why? What the fuck? Sounds like Dad's got his balls in an iron grip. You know exactly what would happen with that man if I didn't keep a tight grip, don't you? Oh, no kidding. You're the only one capable of reining in that old bastard. As his son, I'm more than happy to let you take over. Yes, leave it all to me. After all, that's my specialty. This woman is my dad's wife. Her name is Ushiromi Kyrie. As you can probably tell from our conversation, she's not my real mother. I hope fucking so. She's basically my stepmother. My real mom died 6 years ago. Kyrie-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. I mean, I'm not a kid anymore. It's way too late now for me to start calling this his second wife Mom. And I doubt she feels like using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all. I feel like this is gonna be an arc. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing to be gained by fighting. So we decided that we wouldn't force ourselves to pretend that we were family. I've decided to act a bit more frank with her, as though she's a friendly neighbor instead. It's much easier to just keep a little distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other uncomfortable. Kyrie-san has long been very open about all this, and I don't know why I threw long in there. And thanks to that, we've been able to get along pretty well. Change to the classic sprites? Absolutely not. The classic sprites are horrendous. As we were capitalizing on Dad being away in the bathroom to badmouth him, the man himself came back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Oh, look at this man. Look, Giovanni looking ass motherfucker. Battler. Hey, what's up, Dad? Rough in his shit. Ow! Don't pinch my ear. Ah! So you've been talking trash about me with Mom again, haven't you? What makes it so hard to show a little respect for your father? Damn it, that hurts, you old bastard. Stretch my ear all you want, I'm still not gonna be able to fly. Ow! Come on. Was that a fucking Dumbo reference? Come on now. Upwards, upwards, sideways, sideways, round in a circle, back up the other way, multiplayer maxed out, with the next tracks 2 on top. I assume this might also be a reference to something. Now say, Father, please forgive me for being so rude. Like hell I will. Go find yourself some members-only store if you want it that much. Yeah, let go! This old bastard is my dad. I think I'm pretty tall, but Dad's about the same height. It's probably no surprise that Auntie Ava started talking about Dad's blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him. It seems having weird names runs in the family. Dad's full name is written... Can you read it? No. Not many could, I'll tell you that. That mess of characters is pronounced Rudolph. Haha, he must hate Grandfather for giving him that name. Still, I think there's probably a lot of reasons. Still, that's no reason to pass that weird naming tradition on to me. As the old bastard twisted my ear all over the place, Auntie Ava snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear. Hey, Rudolph! Don't take your frustrations out on your kid. Ah, that hurts, Aniki! The scene before me was a perfect realization of the trope of the older sister who deals out punishment to her prankster younger brother despite his size. Is this a trope? Is this like a common trope? I think that's good enough for now, Eva-ne-san. I'll make sure to stretch out his other ear later on. Okay. Oh, my apologies. I must leave some pulling for you to do, Kirie-san. She's gotta jelk him. Rudolph. Make sure Kirie-san gives you lots and lots of jelking later on, or punishment later on, alright? You're one to talk, Aniki, bullying your little brother like that. Hideyoshi-san, I'd like to thank you very much for picking her up. If you hadn't been so generous, she'd still be unsold in the store. You have my gratitude and apologies. Who are you calling unsold? After taking 2 or 3 steps back, Auntie Ava unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks, which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of Dad's nose. After starting out with Tai Chi Chuan for her figure, Auntie Ava had then developed an interest in the Chinese martial arts. After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, capoeira. Jesus Christ, and what is this? Is it she's learning now again? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapons are in her lower body, and that's literally true for Auntie Ava. Rudolph. Did you know that a single direct blow to the side of the head like that would knock you unconscious? Not so long ago, I accidentally connected in a practice match and the opponent was out cold. Sheesh, what a pain. Guess I have to apologize for her tendency to lash out with her feet, too. Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle Hideyoshi. I never had a brother or sister myself, so when I see you two bickering with each other, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. That's a cope. It sure is nice to have a big family and siblings. I want to kill myself. Oh, then why not consider making a little brother for George-kun? What the fuck? He's old. He's already a fine adult who's about to go off on his own, so it might be a good time to have another child. She's clearly trying to, she's like, I'm in if you're in, right? She's trying to knock up Battler's dad. She doesn't want to be the only old mom in the family. Hey, have a little sympathy for the new kid and all the pain and suffering he'd have to live through. I'm surprised even George-kun turned out as well as he did after being born from this sinister sister of mine. And what an awesome kid he is. Please share some of that with our blockhead of a son someday, will you? That's not how it works. It's thanks to Eva-san-'s proper rearing that George-kun became the good, gentle kid he is now. Isn't that right, Nei-san? Oh, come now. Oh, you think so? Oh, George still has a long way to go. And by the way, how's your little Anji-chan doing? I hear she was vomiting. By the way, it took me a second to remember this is supposed to be an airport because it looks way more like a hospital. Like, what the fuck airport is this supposed to be? I guess it's for that tiny little island, right? Is this like when they've gotten to the island? Or is this before they leave the island? Maybe it's just a tiny airport on a nearby island. I've never been to such a small airport. Right, anyway. Oh, that's right. And I was hoping to finally see her face after such a long time. Is she alright? She often catches a cold when the seasons change. She's very frail. I did want to bring her along, but we decided to have my family look after her this time. I think that's a wise move. She'll be on the mend faster if she's not exposed to that toxic head house. Head house? A child's health is always more important than an adult's convenience, don't you think? I know of some great medicine for vomiting colds like that. When we get back home, I'll send it over right away, so be sure to give her some. Thank you very much, Hideyoshi-san. I'm always in your debt. And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy that Auntie Ava gave Dad his just desserts for tugging on my ear. Looks like we're still waiting for the weather report. George Aniki pointed at the counter. The pending weather clearance sign was still stuck next to the scheduled departure time for the flight we were scheduled aboard. According to Aniki, smaller planes were more subject to winds and other effects of the weather, and it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Okay, so they haven't flown yet. Wait a sec. It isn't really going to shake, is it? From down here on the ground, it just looks cloudy, not windy. Well, I guess it's different up where the planes fly. The weather's a bit uncertain today. Auntie Ava was looking at a TV in the lounge. The weather forecast was being broadcast, informing us that a typhoon was approaching the Kanto region. A typhoon again? I guess we're doomed to these, with the family conference being in October every year. Couldn't he choose a better season? I agree. He's probably hoping nobody will show up. I've always hoped we could have it sometime around the Obon Festival in mid-August. In that case, why don't you suggest that to Father and Nissan during the conference? Very funny. Why don't you do it yourself? Our brother would never listen to anything I suggested. No way. It doesn't really bother me that much to have it in October. You were the one who complained about the typhoon, so I said ask them to change it then. That's all. She's like, don't you dare try to suggest I'm gonna have to talk to these motherfuckers. I only said that typhoons always come around this time of year. You're the one who said you wanted to move it nearer to Obon. Well, you said it too last year. Didn't you say that it would be easier to fit into your schedule if we had it nearer Obon? God, this is the kind of obnoxious fucking argument I have to hear from every Gen Xer. I've never said anything like that. Oh, yes, you did. I certainly wouldn't forget something like that. No, I didn't. You're the one saying that all the time. Are you aware? Stopping a kick just a hair's breadth away is a very high-level technique. Women your age should be more proper than that. Dad and Auntie Ava's arguments look no different from a couple of brats bickering. I expect that's because, although they normally act as mothers and fathers, they turn right back into kids again when they meet their old siblings at these family conferences. You're the one who looks like a real adult, analyzing it all calmly. I hope I never turn out like that old bastard. I'd much rather end up as an intellectual adult like you, Aniki. Like me? No, I still have a long way to go. I still have very little experience out there in the real world, and I need to work on becoming more bold and sociable. By the way, I just have to say that Bird comes from a big family that has big family gatherings. And just the overall vibe is so, like, I get it completely just because of the experiences I've had, you know, like the cousins, the aunts, the like everybody's seeing each other for the first time in a few years kind of thing, you know, catching up. Anyway,
バトラ君にはそれらのいくつかがすでにあるように
I
思うよ。
think you've far surpassed me on all of those counts, Battler
だから
Kun.
きっと成人したら
I'm
僕
sure
なん
you'll
かすぐに追
outstrip
い抜
me
いちゃう
fast
さ。
enough when you become an adult. George Eineke scratched his head and laughed as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. Eineke entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hideyoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in parallel. A business emperor! Then, right after graduating, he got into Uncle Hideyoshi's company as his father's aide, piling up a lot of real-life experience as he devoted himself zealously to his work. He even has grand dreams of one day standing on his own and becoming lord of his own domain. Just, that's literally what Kinzo said, right? I'm lord of my own domain. Definitely a way of thinking that's in this family. Aniki is a real paragon of a man, sparing no efforts as he strives toward his goals. It's no exaggeration to say that I really respect him. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like Aniki. I'm living my happy-go-lucky idle high school life to the max. Idle, not idle. He's not in Love Live. I've got no dreams for the future. I'd just like to sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in. But of course, that could never happen. When Aniki was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and had started devoting himself towards studying for that goal, so I guess I can't compare at all. My dad just says, sure, you can study at my company if you like cleaning toilets. Damn it, I'm not going to be in the debt of that old bastard. I'll find my way myself. I guess that intensity is my one qualification towards adulthood. Should I go on one of those self-searching journeys that are all the rage these days? Yeah, eat, pray, love with Battler. Well, it's not like I could mooch off my parents for that kind of money. Oh! Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. Uncle's a really nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Auntie Rosa, who had come late. If it isn't Rosa-san! Maria-chan, long time no see! Oh no, it's these two. Long time no see! She says ooh after everything she says. I'm just letting you all know.
Maria? Shouldn't that be it's good to see you again?
Oh my god, I hate her so fucking much. I remember these two just being the absolute worst. I don't know if they have like a redeeming arc, because most of the characters do. But I remember these two being fucking terrible. At least in the anime. Okay.
Greet your uncle properly. It's good to see you again.
There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? Oh, huh? Where'd I put him?
Rosa-san,
Rosa-san, it's good to see you again.
Maria-chan
It's good to see you too, Maria-chan.
It's been too long, Kirine-san, Hideyoshi-ni-san. And, oh my, Battler-kun? Look how big you've gotten. Ah, come on. It's embarrassing hearing that from every person I meet. This is also an interaction that happens with Bird all the time.
Oh, Rosa!
Hey, Rosa.
遅かったね。
You're late.
飛行機が
If the
ダイヤ
plane
通
was
り
on time, you'd barely have
ギリ
made
ギ
it.
リって。
I'm sorry. We
列車の接
had
続がう
some
まく
trouble
いかなく
making
て
our train connection.
何
So we're waiting on
ま
the
た
weather
天候
yet
調査中な
again?
のぼやかない
Oh,
ぼや
don't
かない
complain.
船で6時
I
間も
much
揺ら
prefer
れ
the
るくらいなら
30-minute plane
飛
trip
行機で
spending
ほんの
6 hours
30分の方が
to
ずっと
spending 6 hours
マシよ
bouncing on a boat.
たとえ1時間
Even
余
if
計
we're
に待たさ
keeping
れ
wait
て
here
て
for an hour,
全
it's
然
still
早
much
いんだ
faster
から
overall. Oh god, we're not going to experience the entire hour that they're in this place in real time, are we?
マリアちゃんも大きくなったで
Maria-chan's gotten huge too.
今
So, how tall are you now?
So how tall am I now?
Maria parroted Uncle Hideyoshi. She's definitely autistic. Maria parroted Uncle Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height. She's probably right in the middle of a growth spurt, so her height must change every month. In just a few more years, she'll probably start looking very feminine. How tall were you the last time you got measured? She just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Don't you? I think she's grown a lot since last year. Let's see, she turned 9 years old this year, didn't she?
9 years old!
This is not how a 9-year-old should be. This is not the reading level of a 9-year-old, definitely. Where's Maria on the neurodiversity chart? All the way in the new type, incomprehensible. I don't know what her deal is. I don't know how much. I don't know where. What's going on in that brain? But her brain is definitely messed up. Something's not right. Something's going wrong here.
そうだね。
That's right.
9歳
You're
ね。
9 years old now.
マリアちゃんも元気そう
Glad to
で
see
よ
you're
かった。
doing well too, Maria-chan.
よいしょ。
If we just lift her up.
もう高い高いをするには。
I guess you've gotten a bit too heavy to play airplane with. Damn, you are weak as fuck, George. You can't lift a 9-year-old to play airplane? She looks like she weighs fucking 50 pounds.
うわ、
George Aniki, what a rude thing to say to a lady. Here, I'll do it. Up you go. When I went to lift her up in Aniki's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. Ah, that's right. The last time I met Maria, it was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. Of course she doesn't remember my face. Maria-chan, don't you remember? It's Battler-kun. You used to play together, remember?
無理だ。
I doubt you'll have any luck.
最後にバトラー
The last time she met Battler, she was only 3. I'm surprised he wasn't about to, say something about, that girl's not gonna remember shit. She's clearly got something wrong with her mind.
3つの時の記憶
You
だけ
don't
が
keep memories at that age. She must know everyone's face apart from mine because she meets them every year, but I haven't had contact with the Yoshiromiya family for about 6 years now. So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can only just barely remember her being a 3-year-old crybaby. Maria, this is Battler Oni-chan, Uncle Rudolph's son. Understand? Uncle's son is... Uncle's the son... That ooh was probably the sound of her brain breaking, unable to understand the complicated explanation. I guess it was a bit too confusing for her.
マリアちゃん、
Maria-chan,
彼はバ
this
ト
is
ラー君。
Battler-kun.
僕と同じ
He's
い
your
とこだよ。
cousin, like me.
Like George Oni-chan? Battler? Cousin?
そ
That's right.
う、よくできた
You
ね。
got it. This part of Aniki is what makes me really look up to him. For someone who isn't married, he's just great at dealing with kids. I'm sure that he'll be an indulgent father in the future. Battler Oni-chan? Maria looked straight at me with a questioning expression as though asking whether it was alright to call me that.
おうや、
Yep, that's me,
よ
Battler.
ろしくね。
Nice to meet you, Maria.
Battler!
Maria,
You mustn't address him without honorifics. Call him Battler Oni-chan.
いいっすよ、
It's cool,
ロードさん
Auntie
細かい
Rosa.
ことは
I
気
don't
にしないっ
sweat
すか
the
ら。
small stuff.
まあマリア、
Right, Maria?
俺とお前は
We're buddies on a first
名前を
name
呼びつけ合
basis,
う仲
us
だもん
two,
な。
aren't we? That's right. Maria, Maria, Maria!
Ooh.
Ooh, ooh! Hell yeah, what a fucking badass. We horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. She probably still thinks of me as nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. But I'm surprised. She's just the way I remembered her being 6 years ago. Unintelligible. Seems that people just don't change that much after all. I don't think her brain's developed since she was 3. I'm a bit happy that she's still the pure, innocent girl I remember. No, you shouldn't be. It's a problem. Her name is written... That one's not so difficult to read. Of course, it says Maria. The third character looks like a cross, which is pretty cool. It does, now that you mention it. Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, so it can be difficult to know just what she's thinking, but that's just how she looks on the outside. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl. I don't know about that, Chief. Then there's Maria's mother, Auntie Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is written, here's a name that's totally not Japanese. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's. I've got to respect her for not ending up as screwed up as he is. When I think about it, all the names in my family sound foreign. Just why is grandfather so obsessed with this? Because of him, even us grandchildren have had to put up with this weird naming sense. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Well, is it Kinzo is not like a normal name, I don't think, is it? I don't know. Anyway, there's one thing about Auntie Rosa that's a relief compared to the other family members. The old bastard and Auntie Ava have this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time. But even though she shares their blood, Auntie Rosa isn't like that at all. Oh boy, this is foreshadowing, I know. She has the most common sense among all the siblings. Battler's just so wrong about everything. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's a kind aunt who will always be on the kid's side. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Uncle Hideyoshi is. Alright, now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane. As though it had waited for us all to gather, an announcement rang out through the lobby.
Our apologies for the wait. Boarding will now commence for Flight 201 to Niijima. We ask that the passengers please form 2 lines in front of the counter behind the white line.
Rosa, you still haven't gone through boarding procedures, right? Hurry up.
Oh no! Maria, come on! Eh!
We had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway. Our small plane wasn't as massive as an international flight, but it was still a plane. A staff member holding a metal detector checked us all. Why was that part about it still being a plane necessary? Once all of us cleared the check, we followed the staff members out onto the runway. Come to think of it, everyone here is in the Ushiromiya family. It's like this is a reserved charter flight or something. Isn't that exactly what it is? Or did they just book the whole thing? Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as she did.
Boarding will now commence. As I call out the names on the passenger list, please take your seats in order, starting from the front row on the right side and going to the left, then on to the next row. I will now begin reading the passenger list. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi-sama.
Oh, I'm first. Right here. By the way, do you have the candidates, Ava? Candies, sorry. Do you have the candies, Ava? I've been looking all over for them, but I can't find them.
Ushiromiya, ah, god damn it. Ushiromiya Eva-sama.
They're in my handbag. I'll get them once we're inside the plane. I've heard that candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting due to variations in atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off. I think that's specifically like gum, right? That's probably what they're talking about now. I hope I get a window seat. Don't worry. There aren't any other kinds of seats. According to George Aniki, there are apparently only 2 lines of seats. Yep, it's a small plane, all right. It isn't really going to shake, is it? Of course.
Ushiromiya George-sama.
Right here. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It won't shake too much.
Ushiromiya Battler-sama.
Aniki, how much is not too much? You can just swim if you fall from a boat, but if a plane crashes, you're screwed, right? We all get our own parachutes in our seats, don't we? Wait, we don't?
Ushiromiya Rudolph-sama.
Come on, Battler, quit being a wuss and get in. Ow, Dad! Don't push me! We don't get parachutes!
Ushiromiya Kirie-sama.
Alright, stop fooling around. Let's move along. Oh, Kirie, don't push me. This blockhead isn't moving forward.
Ushiromiya Maria-sama. Yeah! Forward! Ushiromiya Rosa-sama. Maria, keep quiet.
This is your pilot, Kawabata. We'd like to thank you for taking New Tokyo Aviation's Flight 201 today. We estimate that the flight to Niijima Airport will take about 20 minutes. We are receiving reports of atmospheric turbulence. There might be some shaking of the aircraft, so we ask that you do not unfasten your seatbelts after takeoff.
Aniki, did that guy just say we needed to wear seatbelts? In a jumbo jet, they let you undo them after takeoff. So it's gonna shake so much we can't take them off? Damn it, you tricked me. It is gonna shake after all. Where are the parachutes? I knew I shouldn't have taken the boat.
Oh my god, we're finally... We did it, gang. We made it through the fucking airplane. Legend of the Golden Witch. We're here. Oh, we're in like a credit scene. Oh, beautiful. Gives me a chance to fucking... Whew. Y'all having a good time? I'm having a good time. I like doing all the voices. I hope they're not too obnoxious. I feel like, you know, it helps that I can hear the Japanese voice, so I have a sense of what they're supposed to sound like, and can try to get as close as my voice allows on a 1 second decision-making time frame. We're already an hour in. Holy shit. Don't be too excited. There's still a ton of characters to introduce. That's true. I mean, I'm excited to get to flex vocal range. I didn't really think about it. Like, I wasn't considering that I was going to have to do a bunch of voices in the process of reading this game, but like, it's fun because I can do a lot of different voices, so it's a fun excuse. And I don't feel too bad about being obnoxious because the Japanese voice is right there as well, so. Should have taken the boat. The boat.
Gonna fall! Gonna fall! Maria, that's enough.
The truth of the matter is that this Maria impression I've been doing ever since I watched the anime for the first time.
But what a surprise! I thought there was nothing that could scare Battler-kun.
This guy can't handle vehicles for some reason. Always yells about falling and sinking and stuff. You're a disgrace of a man, you are. Ah, shut up. That thing was seriously shaking way too much. I just got a little stressed since it was my first time on a small plane like that. You call that a little stressed? Sounds like it'd be fun to take an overseas vacation with you, Battler-kun. Would you like to go to Egypt with your aunt? You get to ride a plane for a full 14 hours. Here's a good plan. Battler-kun, you should go let Eva-ne-san toughen you up some. But boy, were you hilarious. Whoa, now. Everyone's got their own strong and weak points. It's bad to laugh at them. Laughs anyway. Dad, you're laughing too. Hey, Maria-chan, you shouldn't laugh anymore.
Shouldn't laugh anymore.
Ah, damn it. Is being scared of planes really such a big deal? Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now. A big oaf. We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. From there on, we would be taking a boat to the island. The islands are right next to each other, so it's not that far. It would be a leisurely 30 minutes by boat. As we arrived at the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a silhouette waving its hand. Georgie-san! It's been so freaking long!
Yeah, Jessica-chan.
Just like that.
1年ぶりだね。
Ah, Jessica-chan, it's been a year since I saw you. You've gotten taller again, haven't you?
Don't give me that. It's embarrassing hearing that every year.
おいおい、
Hey,
兄貴、
Aniki,
嘘だ
you've
ろ。
gotta be kidding me.
こいつが
That's
本当
really
にジェシカ。
Jessica? Wait a sec, George and Isan? This massive beast is Battler? We both stared each other down. She definitely didn't look this grown up in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking.
よ
Yo, Jessica!
なんだよ
What's
お前
this now?
嘘だろ。
You're kidding me. You look like a woman now.
なんだよ
What are these
胸かよ
boobs? Even you managed to get a chest. Let me rub him. Let me. Jesus Christ, this fucking guy. Hey, screw you. I'm a blushing flower of 18. Just like hair grows out, so will other stuff. Okay. You think I got boobs just so you can go and rub them, loser? Oh my God. And what about you? Got anything to back up that ridiculous size? Did you remember to grow any actual muscle? Oof.
ざげんじゃねえ
You better believe it.
あれから
I'll show
どれ
you
だ
how
け
much
鍛錬
training
積んだ
I've
か
piled on
思い
since
知
back then. I'll cram it. I'll beat you at your own game. This headstrong girl's name is Ushiromiya fucking Tsumkaji. She was born under the same unlucky star as me, sharing the same kind of weird name. You see, it's pronounced Jessica. She's Dad's older brother's daughter. That older brother happens to be the eldest son of the Ushiromiya family, so I guess that also technically makes Jessica a direct heir to the Ushiromiya family. Since Jessica and I are the same age and had that type of boy-girl rivalry between us, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gathered, apparently threatening to grope. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. So when we scuffled as a contest of strength like this, it usually went Jessica's way. So even though I clearly understand that I'm bigger now, I still feel like I can't win against Jessica with my strength. What? Huh? What the? What are you getting all serious for? Ow!
おいおいおい
Hey,
全
this is
然力入れて
nothing.
ねジェシカ
Jessica, you've
お前
gotten
貧
weak.
弱になった
Shut up. I'm a woman over here, believe it or not. No way I was always gonna be stronger than a man. That's self-sexism. Well, that is certainly
俺が
true.
腕につけた
The
分の
meat I
肉
put
を
on my arms all went to your chest, after all.
俺の腕とお前の胸なら
Looks like it'd be a pretty even test of strength between my arms and your boobs, don't you think? I told you, my boobs aren't for you to feel up. Besides, how about you? Your height says you're an adult, but what about your other places, huh? Ooh, she trying to see the dick?
バカやめろ
Stop it, idiot! No, I'll be ruined for marriage. Don't touch me in strange places. Don't say stuff people are gonna misinterpret. I mean, all of it. Everything either of you have said. Honestly, I was so surprised at how feminine Jessica had become that I had to seriously horse around to hide it. Well, yeah, what, his erection? Well, yeah, considering what a bossy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. And I guess she's just as surprised. She definitely wasn't expecting she'd lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown in the past 6 years. 6 years. Once again, I'm being shown just what a huge gap of time that was. What the fuck were you doing in that time, dog? What were you up to? Thank you, Gary. Bro, that's your cousin. Crap. Total defeat. It's like I'm no match for you anymore.
そんなことないよ
That's not true.
バトラ君にもきっ
Even
と
Battler
弱点
Kun
はある
must
よ
have his weaknesses.
マリアちゃん
Right, Maria-chan?
Gonna fall! Gonna fall!
ちょっとバカよさ
Don't, Maria. Just keep that a secret, okay? Fall? What the hell's that?
あいにくだが
Sorry, but you won't be seeing that weakness of mine now.
何しよう
After all, the nightmare plane trip is already over and done with.
あとはのんび
Only
りちょ
thing
ぼちょ
left
ぼ
is
と
the nice, quiet splashing of the boat trip.
あのおんぼろ
I
目
never
線が
thought
こ
I'd
れほ
become
ど
so
恋しくな
fond of that piece of junk boat. Huh? George and Isan, is there something wrong with his head?
すぐにわかる
You'll
よ
understand
す
soon.
ぐにね
Very soon. At the time, I didn't understand what Aniki meant by that big smile.
Was there gonna be a
こ
fucking
れ
storm
は
on the
これ
boat?
は
What have we here? Oh,
バトラさんも
Battler-san, how
なり
big
ま
you've
して
grown! Who's it this time? It's an old lady with an apron. Oh yeah, that takes me back. I remember now.
バトラ君、覚えてる
Remember
か
her, Battler-kun? No, she's old.
ほら、
You
お手伝い
remember?
の熊沢
She's
さんだよ。
Kumasawa-san, one of the servants.
熊沢のばあ
I
ちゃん
could
は
never
忘れねえ
forget
ぜ
Kumasawa Bachan.
何しろこの6年
I mean, you haven't
もう
aged a
じゃねえ
bit in
ぜ
these past 6 years.
むしろ
Wait,
若返ったん
you
じゃ
haven't
ねえの
forgotten younger, have you? Oh,
最近は
lately
お
my
肌
skin
が
has
ピ
been
チ
getting all
ピチして
smooth
き
and
ちゃって
silky.
ほら
And look,
胸
hasn't
も
my
ますま
chest
す
gotten
大
even
きくなっ
bigger
ち
as
ゃいました
well?
ん
What
です
the
よ
fuck? Old bitch trying to get it on with Battler?
飲んでみます
Wanna give it a rub? Oh, she's making fun of him, right?
ご冗
Oh,
談
very funny.
俺が揉みた
My
いのは
breast rubbing is
ピチピチした
strictly
姉ちゃ
limited
ん
to
の胸キュンでい
bouncy
たぜ
girls. Jesus Christ, Battler, please.
私とて
Even I had some bouncy ones in my youth, you know.
ほらほら
Now,
Take
please
it
feel
all.
free to have a
Oh,
go.
Mikura-san
She's totally
must say.
serious.
今日も
Ugh,
試して
give
く
me a
れよ
break.
若い姉
It's
ちゃん
chicks
若い
I'm
姉ちゃ
looking
ん
for, damn it.
熊沢
Not
のばあちゃん
grannies.
じゃねえよ
You gotta give it to the G-MILF, dog. Look at her. I don't find a flaw. The jokes I'd cracked about Jessica were being used against me. Come to think of it, she always was the type to tease people.
おいおいよせよ熊沢さん
Kumasawa-san, stop that now. You're being a creepy pervert to my son.
監獄に半分が
People
し
with
つこん
one
だ人
foot
な
in the
ら
coffin
はしゃいじゃい
shouldn't
けない
jump around. What a phrase.
若い方とじゃれ
To
るのが
sport with the young is the
何よ
best
りの若返り
rejuvenation
の薬です
medicine.
よ
It's probably true. Oh, trying to get that young dick.
熊沢さんが
It's
迎
rare
え
for
に
you
来
to
る
come
なん
to
て
pick
珍
us up,
しいじゃない
Kumasawa-san.
どういう
What
風の
curious turn of
気
events
持
is
ちかしら
this?
用事を頼
Normally,
まれる
whenever
と
you're
いつも
entrusted
憂
with
鬱
something
に
to
な
do,
るあ
your
なた
lumbago
が
always kicks in. Lumbago. Ooh, Eva-sama, you are harsh as usual. I found myself with some urgent purchases to make, and while I was at it, I thought I would come welcome you all. Lapusha with Australia $2 says we need more anime gilfs. I am in agreement. There are some great ones, but more would be nice.
もっとも
Although it does give a bad impression if the one waiting to greet you is a decrepit old woman. Auntie Ava spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa Bachan's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. She was more than capable of smoothly and coolly letting that comment slide. Well, I'd rather not say it, but old Kumasawa Bachan may be past her prime as a servant. But she ain't past her prime as pussy. She might act as though she's in good health, but between her headaches and the lumbago, her body is wearing out. Wear that body out. To tell the truth, the very fact that she's working is impressive. I got something she could work. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 by now. I got something she can push up against. It's incredible that she's still able to act so brightly.
ますますにお元気なようで
Yeah, I mean, if only our American president could communicate on this level at this age.
You just seem to get more and more lively. Oh, that's right. Here you are.
前に話してた
It's the tea I was talking about before. Look, I bought some. Please do try it on later.
Try it later on. I said try it on later like it was a fucking outfit. Auntie Rosa showed her the souvenir bags she'd taken out of her suitcase. To think that she had remembered the promise that she had apparently made last year and faithfully brought it. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Auntie Rosa. I guess Battler's never been thoughtful about anything. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget or break a promise. As for Kumasawa Bachan, she seemed deeply touched by the fact that not only had Auntie Rosa remembered that year-old promise, she had brought the gift for a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyo-san. She's a senior servant who's been working for the Ushiromiya head house for many years. As you could expect from someone her age, she isn't that good at manual labor, but from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry, she's a kind of super servant who can handle just about anything. It seems like her only flaw is a tendency to slack off. Well, that's a pretty big one. I hear she tries to get away from heavy or troublesome work by playing up her chronic diseases. Well, in Kumasawa Bachan's case, maybe we should call that a sort of lazy craftiness, though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. Ah, well, even if she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I could never dislike her. I guess that's probably because of her cheerfulness and her constant smile. Hey, glad to see you're still in fine spirits. How's your back doing then? Even with the medicine, it's not getting one whit better. According to the doctor, nothing can be done for this one. It's what's called an incurable disease. Oh.
それにしても
Blows me away how you've
Jessica-chan
just
は
kept getting
ます
prettier,
ます
Jessica-chan.
美人になったな。
Oh, he's talking. Why is he? Hold on. Battler was one thing. Battler's dad is another fucking level of creepy.
夏日姉さんに似
Be
ている
glad you ended up like Natsuhi-ne-san.
Really? Personally, I don't think I look like her at all.
そうか
I mean, I don't even want to be like my parents.
尊敬してない
Because I got zero respect for them. Okay, fucking stone cold.
ほらそんなこと言っちゃ
Now,
ダメ
you
よ
shouldn't say such things.
それに
It's
しても
amazing how many people
親に似た
don't
くない
want
って
to
言
be
って
like
る
their
人が多い
parents in
よ
our
ね
family.
うちの
あ、それ俺。
Yeah, that's me.
バカ言え
Hell no, don't you dare start taking after me. Your nose looking like mine already pisses me off. Damn, their noses aren't even that similar. Fuck.
何言ってんのよ
What are you talking
呆れる
about?
くらい
It's
そっくりよ
ridiculous how completely alike
あ
you
なた
are.
もお父様
And
もね
like your father.
おいおいそりゃね
Come
えだ
on, you can't be
ろ俺のどこ
serious.
が親父に似
Just
てる
how
って
am
ん
I
だ
like dad? Oh, I see. She meant and like your father.
傲慢で
You're
偉
his
そうなとこ
copy
ろ
in
とかそっ
arrogance and
くりよ。
あんたと
self-importance.
兄さんは
Father's
特
blood
に
is
お父様の
especially
気が
strong in
強い
you
わ
and
ね
Nissan.
ねえローザ
Wouldn't you say, Rosa?
え
Oh,
まったく
absolutely.
クラス兄さんも
Krus
ルドルフ兄
Nissan
さ
and
んも
Rudolph Nissan are
信じ
almost
られないくらいお父様
unbelievably
も
like
そっくり
dad.
おいおいおい
Alright, already.
なんで
Why
俺
am
だ
I
け
the only one under
こんな
fire
こと
from the
に
girls?
秀吉兄さん
Hideyoshi Nissan, please help me out.
いやいや。
Oh, my, Rudolph-kun, you're always so popular with the ladies.
羨ましい。
I'm jealous. Oh, as usual, you're popular enough to make me
それで
jealous.
は皆
Well
様
then,
お船の
everyone,
方
shall we
へお
head
乗り
over
くだ
to
さ
the
いませ
boat?
さあさあ
Come now,
Maria-san.
Maria-san, let's
Ichi
get on
ni
the
o
boat
fune ni
together,
norimasu.
all right?
Get on the boat together! Woo! Everyone gets on together! Woo!
おや、もう今度は怖くないぜ。
Hell yeah, this time around, I'm not gonna be
波で
scared.
揺れるのは
I'm
誰
used to being
かな
shaken by the
あ
waves.
のオンボロ
With
漁船
that
の場合
piece of junk fishing boat, I'm less afraid of the shaking than the engine breaking down and the boat drifting
そ
off.
うだ。また
Oh yes, Battler-kun, I
言う
forgot
の
to
あ
tell
の
you.
漁船は
That fishing
だい
boat
ぶ
was
老朽化
completely
してたん
decrepit,
で
so it
数
was
年前
taken
に
out of
引退
use
し
a
たんだよ
few years
今
back.
は
And now we
他の
get
船
taken to
が
the
島
island
まで
in
運
another
んでくれ
boat.
る
ああそっか
Oh,
バ
right.
トラは
It's
新しい
Battler's
船が
first
初め
time
て
in the
なん
new
だな
boat.
快適だぜ
It's super comfy
すっげえ速い
and
んだ
freaking fast.
何しろとん
You
で
can
も
go
ない
at
スピードが
crazy
出る
high
んだからさ
speeds.
お
Oh,
ってことは
that means less
船旅の
trip
時間がさら
time,
に短縮
right?
されて、そりゃ素晴
That
らしい。
sounds great.
何しろ
I mean, a boat might be better than an airplane, but if you're telling me we could spend even a little time, even a little time, God damn it. If you're telling me we could spend even a little less time exposed to the danger of sinking, that's really just awesomely great.
Woo! Is Battler gonna fall? Again?
そりゃ飛行
And
機
that's only on airplanes. Everything's fine now.
何しろ
You know, it's apparently a modded high-speed boat, the captain's pride and
だ
joy.
いぶいじってるら
Seems
し
he's
く
tinkered with it quite a lot.
プロペラは高
He
性
was
能
going
な
on about how he
4機も
attached
ついてて
4 high
最高
efficiency
速度は
propellers
40
to
ノッ
it,
トを超えると
and
か
now
な
it
んと
could
か自
break
慢して
40 knots
たな
or something like
いつも
that.
自慢されるん
He
で
bragged to
覚
me
えち
so
まった
much
ぜ
I ended up memorizing it.
僕も毎年
Me
聞かされ
too.
るん
I
で覚
remember
えちゃっ
since
た
we
よ
were told about it every year.
船長は
The
昔
captain said
外
that
国
since
の
he
漁船
lost
と
a
速
speed
度比べを
contest
して
with a
負け
Ford
て以来
fishing boat a long
スピ
time
ード
ago,
改
he
造に
became
取りつか
obsessed
れ
with
ちゃったんだっ
modding.
てさ
We're really getting the fucking backstory on this goddamn boat.
その時の相手
He
は
told
漁
us how
船
his
なのに
opponent back then could go
30
whatever. I
ノッ
hope
ト以
there's
上も出せたん
more.
だ
I
って
hope we're
ね
gonna learn who he was fucking racing. I hope this is a setup for something later. That we're gonna find out who the fuck the captain lost in a race to that decided he had to get this fancy modded boat. He told us how his opponent back then could go at over 30 knots, even though it was only in a fishing boat.
その雪辱の念が
To
結
fulfill his
実
thirst
して
for a revenge
スカッ
match,
と
he
爽快
created
な
an awesome
超
whole
高
new
速改造
super
艇の
high-speed
誕生と
modded
なったわけ
boat.
バトラもきっ
I'm
と
sure
気
you'll
に
just
入る
love it,
ぜ
Battler. Super high-speed modded boat. My first thought was that this would be much better than some beat-up boat that might sink at any time, but for some reason I'm getting this feeling of foreboding. Nah. Let's go. High-speed boat. Battler must suffer.
おいバトラー
Hey, Battler, maybe you should just swim to the island. His dad is such a dick.
バトラ君
Battler-kun, you shouldn't lean over the railing too much.
落ちちゃうから
You might fall.
Ooh, gonna fall, gonna fall.
Damn it! So this is why you were all grinning before. The super high-speed boat, said to have been modded to hell and back by its captain as a personal hobby, was definitely nothing like the battered old fishing boat from 6 years ago. Whoa, it's shaking, it's shaking, it's shaking! I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna fall!
Gonna fall, gonna fall, gonna fall.
If I fall, it'll be in the sea, I'll drown, goddammit! Where's the parachute? No, wait, where's the buoy? Give me a life jacket! Ah! What the hell, Battler? What's that supposed to be?
ジェシカちゃんもマリアちゃんも
Jessica-chan,
いじめちゃ
Maria-chan,
悪い
it's not nice to tease.
バトラ君も怖いなら
Battler-kun, if
甲
you're
板に出な
scared,
きゃい
then
いの
just
に
don't come out on the
船内
deck.
なら
I
もう
think
少
that
し
if you
怖く
stay
ないと
inside
思う
the
けど
boat,
な
you'll be a bit less afraid.
そいつは
That's a no thank you, Aniki. Shipwreck victims are always the ones inside the boat. The survivors are usually those on the deck during the accident. So I'm staying right here. But it's shaking. I'm falling.
Shaking, falling.
Maria, I told you to behave yourself. But Battler-kun, it looks like you really can't handle it. I'll go tell the captain to slow down for you. Whoa, Auntie Rosa, thank you.
海の上でも
Even on the sea, exercise safe driving, reduce speeds, point and call. Don't do that, Rosa. Ordeals are necessary for the young. Right, Battler-kun? You can conquer this much, no problem at all, right? Otherwise, you won't be able to go to Egypt with your aunt. Oh, Auntie Ava, you're mean. Oh, no, I'm gonna fall. Life jacket, parachute.
ひっくり返して考えるんだ
Turn it over and think that way.
敵の狙いは
What's
何
the
だ
enemy aiming for? Interesting
俺を
dialogue.
こうして怖
He
がら
wants
せ
to
る
make
こと
me afraid like this?
そいつが
If
狙
that's what
い
he's
なら
aiming
甘い
for,
ぜ
too bad.
ビビって
Like hell, I'll be scared.
やめてよラベ
But stop it, I'm gonna fall. So after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, Auntie Rosa had a talk with the boat captain, and he slowed down to a more manageable speed for me. This speed is a bit better. Earlier I didn't even feel alive. This new speed, which I was capable of tolerating, was apparently extremely slow, but that just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking, sliding and leaping on the ocean's surface. Felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still guffawing at me as I leaned against the railing, tired and disheartened. I lost in that strength contest earlier, but I'm glad to know I've got the edge where it really counts. But seriously, damn it, go ahead and laugh. One of these days I'm gonna find your weakness and I'll get back at you. Then your boobs will be mine to squish. Bro. Well, we'll see about that if you ever do find it, okay?
Ooh, Battler, all worn out.
あ
Yeah, Battler all worn
あ
out.
海も空
I
も
want to
ごめん
die
な
on
さい
land, not in the ocean or the sky. Maria was patting my back, so I patted her head in return. Her expression was blank as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me.
バトラ君
Battler-kun,
船長
the
が
captain
罪
is
滅ぼ
throwing
し
in
に行って
drinks to
ドリ
make
ン
up
クを
for
頼んで
this.
一服しな
Have
か
a
い
drink and take a break, why
落
don't
ち着く
you?
よ
To calm yourself down. George Aniki and Kumasawa Bachan brought us each. This is actually starting to make me feel weird. This is wobbling. Brought us each an ice cold drink with drops of moisture on the can. Judging from Kumasawa-san's big grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at my moment of pure terror. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed that I can't bear to face any of them. If I didn't change the subject somehow, I had the feeling I'd be the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip, so I tried to think of something harmless to talk about.
ああジェシカ
Hey, Jessica.
クラウスおじさんと
How are Uncle
Natsuo-san
Kraus and Aunt
genki na?
Natsuhi doing?
親父とおふく
My
ろ
old man and my mom? Unfortunately, they're
二
fine.
言目には
Though every other word out of their
勉強
mouth
しろ
is
って
study,
うる
study,
さいけど
which
な
pisses me off.
秀吉おじ
I'm
さん
so
とか
jealous because it doesn't
お
look
父さんとか
like Uncle Hideyoshi or Uncle Rudolph say those kinds of things.
とんで
Oh
もない。
no.
僕も受
When
験を
I
控
was
えてた
slacking
頃
off
は
during exams, I
い
was
つも
always
受
getting
験
told
受験って言
exams,
われてたからう
exams.
るさくも思った
I
けど
thought it was annoying,
今
but
は
now
感謝
I'm
してるよ。
grateful.
は
I
あ、や
knew
っ
it.
ぱり
George
ジョー
Aniki
ジ兄
is
貴は人間がで
magnanimous
きて
as
る
ever.
な。ちなみにうち
As
は
for me, I have
絶
to look
賛
after
もう
myself.
何にも言われ
No
ない
one
ぜ。
says a thing to me.
まあ、言
Well,
われ
it's
たって
not like
聞
I'd
かねえ
listen
けど
if they
な。
did. Battler-san, have you still not returned to your birth home? Well, I
まあ、
kind
ちょ
of
くちょ
go
く
back
戻る
now
よ。
and
まだ
then.
服とか
I still
だ
have
いぶ
lots
前
of
の家に
clothes and
残してる
stuff left at my previous house.
Ooh, Battler has 2 homes?
うん。
Hmm.
まあな。
Something like that.
Why? Why do you have 2 homes?
Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced her naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond, even though they knew the answer.
Maria, look, you can see the harbor now.
Damn, they're hiding shit from the kid.
Look, over there. Can you see it? Ooh, saw the harbor, saw the harbor!
Apparently, Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Ah well, I'd rather not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have treated it like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind that much myself anymore. I am an Ushiromiya, but the truth is that for the past 6 years I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side, and I've been using her family name. When those grandparents passed away one after the other, I'd basically had no choice except to go back and live with the old bastard. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kirie-san. Being able to hold that old bastard's reins and ride him out is no mean feat. The fucking sexuality of that phrasing. But as for the betrayal that the old bastard inflicted on my mom, well, unfortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that.
もうすぐ着くね。
We'll be getting there soon. George Aniki cleared his throat, trying to change the topic.
失礼しました。
Please forgive my indiscretion. It seems this old woman has said too much already. If I have hurt your feelings,
気にもしてな
I
い
don't
し、
mind
触っ
it,
て
and
も
no
ない
one's
ぜ。
feelings
気
are
にすん
hurt.
なよ。
Don't worry,
Kumasawa-bachan.
Kumasawa-bachan. Kumasawa-san seemed to regret speaking out of turn, but I was more concerned about being worried over for something like that, so I stood up and passed it off lightly. After that, I had a sip of my drink, hey, get that drink, and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island.
Woo! Battler, saw the island, saw the island! There! Woo, woo,
どれ
woo!
どれ
Where is it?
あ、
Oh,
見え
I
てきた
see it now.
6年ぶりでも
Even after 6
記憶
years,
と
the
寸
island
分
hasn't
変わら
changed
な
a
い島
bit. The small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. The island's name is Rokenjima. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are 7 islands, but that's not true. There are actually more than 7. Rokenjima is one of the minor islands that don't get counted. Even considering that, there are probably very few people who know about this island. After all, only the people of the Ushiromiya family come to this island. In other words, it has no ties whatsoever to outsiders or tourists, so you'll never find this island's name in a travel brochure. This is because all of the Rokenjima is an estate possessed by the Ushiromiya head house. Only the Ushiromiya family lives there, and only people connected to the Ushiromiya family come and go there. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is still just uncultivated forest. Such a waste, when it could be made into a nice golf course. Please no, Battler, stop. No golf. However, when you realize that the entire coastline is a private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. I mean, it doesn't look like there's much of a shoreline. You might have realized it by now, but to put it simply, well, the Ushiromiya family is just rolling in dough. The fortune possessed by the head house is apparently vast, and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life at my grandparents' home these 6 years, so I'd completely forgotten, but the old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is tuned to match the snobbish tastes of the annoyingly rich. Come to think of it, I guess that means George Aniki, Jessica, Maria, and I are all wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Needless to say, none of us feel that way at all. I don't see myself as being rich, and George Aniki, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Jessica is always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich, and Maria is still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. I guess that attitude itself is snobbish. From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay the bills, we're very lucky to even have the luxury of thinking this way. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't. I'm not going to get into a whole privilege rant here, or a whole capitalism thing, so I'll just stop myself before I get ahead of myself. Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born from. I didn't ask to be born into a rich family, and I don't think it's something I should be hated for. Well, you know, it can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits. As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria leaned over the railing and started shouting. Oh boy.
Ooh, gone.
どうしたんだよ
What's
マリア
wrong, Maria?
何か落としちゃったの
Did you
か
drop something?
Ooh, gone, gone. Ooh.
Maria kept yelling, gone, gone. From her words alone, you would think she had perhaps dropped something, but she was actually pointing out over the ocean as she shouted.
どうしたの
What's wrong?
何がないんだい
What's gone?
僕も探してあ
I'll
げ
look
るよ
for it too if you
何
want. What is it? If she dropped something, she would probably have looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. We just established that. One would assume that she had seen something out over the ocean, but she kept saying that something was gone. Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before Aniki, who comes here every year. Huh?
確かさ
If I remember correctly,
Oh,
wasn't there a torii or something on top of a small crag around here? Oh, one of those Japanese red spirit gate things.
あそうだ確か
That's
に
right, it was definitely here. Ooh, it's not good to fuck with those.
島に近づいてくると
I remember it
最初
well
に迎えて
since
くれ
it's
る
like a
目印みたいな
landmark.
もん
The
だったから
first thing to greet you as you
よく覚え
get
てる
closer to the island.
へえ。
Wow, you're
Oh,
amazing,
that's
battler.
super
Even though it's been 6 years, you remember?
あったね
It was here, wasn't it?
僕も思い出し
I
たよ
remember it too.
真珠の
There
社
used
と
to be a shrine
鳥
and a
みたいなもの
torii-like
が
thing standing
岩
all
の上
along
に
that
ポツンと
crag.
そういえば
And now that you
ない
mention it, they are gone, aren't they?
去年は確かにあ
They
ったと
definitely
思
were
う
there last year, I think.
Gone. Gone. Ah.
大方
Maybe they were washed away by the waves or something. What are you, fucking stupid, battler?
小さい岩だった
It
し
was
な
a small crag. It probably got
内部
brittle
風化で
because of
脆
the
くなってたんだろう
exposure.
さ
That's the first explanation you thought of, really.
私もそうだと思っ
I
たん
think
だ
so
けど
too.
よ。
Shit. Okay, what about they just took it down?
なくなっちゃったのは
It actually
この夏のことなんだよ。
disappeared during the summer.
なんでもよ。
Apparently,
ある晩に大
a
きな
huge
稲妻
lightning
が
bolt
落ちて
fell one evening and smashed the shrine or some such. Well, that's fucking ominous.
真珠様に
The
落雷があ
fishermen
る
whisper that it must undoubtedly be an ominous sign to have a
鉄の
thunderbolt fall
兆し
upon our
に違いない
tutelary god. Yeah, I'd say so. Lightning be gone, lightning be gone. Kumasawa-san smiled impishly as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together. However, Maria was apparently taking it seriously, and she stared fixedly over the ocean to where the crag enshrining the local guardian deity was supposed to be. An ominous sign?
よせよ、熊沢さん。
Enough, Kumasawa-san. Maria isn't old enough to understand this kind of joke.
大丈夫だよ
It's alright, Maria-chan. It's just a
何も
coincidence.
怖いこと
Nothing
なんか
scary
起
is
きな
gonna
い
happen. George Aniki put a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down, but Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't bulge. Ominous. Ominous. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria's had for a long time. However, since the word she was saying was quite literally ominous, it was a bit creepy. Yeah, I'll say.
おいおいマ
Hey
リ
now,
ア
Maria.
そんなに何度も
Some
繰り返したら
disaster really will come if you say that word over and over, you know? I tapped Maria's other shoulder. And then Maria whipped her head around, stared into my face, and spoke unblinkingly. Ah, disaster coming.
え
Huh?
来るって
And just where is it coming from? I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. And in reply, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaden than it had been that morning. That's right. They were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if this storm doesn't pass quickly, I won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Well, I guess it makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent. She apparently sensed something ominous in this cloudy sky. She's been muttering for a while now. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. That girl's got the schizophrenia, dude. She's just about the age when many girls start to get excited about sixth senses and whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. No, that was you, Battler. In a way, being sensitive about things like this isn't really out of the ordinary for a kid like her.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。
It's alright, Maria-chan.
天気は今夜
The
くらい
weather
には
might get
崩れる
worse
かも
around
しれないけ
tonight,
ど
but tomorrow it'll
明日
clear
に
up
は
and
良く
become
な
a
って
pretty
綺
blue
麗な青
sky.
Pretty blue sky.
そう。
That's right, by tomorrow it'll be a pretty blue sky. There's no rain that doesn't end and no clouds that never clear. Rain that doesn't end. Clouds that never clear. Sure, the typhoon's coming, but it'll be gone before you know it. It's alright, Maria. Maria started yelling, ooh, ooh. It looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying so desperately to warn us about? Unable to understand her, we could do nothing but feel a vague sense of foreboding. I've heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That might mean that Maria, the youngest one of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. She got the Dempa. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At that moment, Kumasawa-san quietly opened her mouth. Rumor has it that long ago... Shit, I skipped too fast. Kumasawa-san, let's not talk about that now. Just as Kumasawa-san was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. For Jessica, this was an extremely firm reaction. I wanted to push further just out of simple curiosity, but judging by how Jessica was acting, it wasn't difficult to imagine that it would simply inflame Maria's unease further. If I did try to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good that it wouldn't be anything bright and cheery. Oh, I do apologize about that. The wind here is hard to bear for the elderly, so if you would excuse me for now. Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa-san finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat. After she left, Uncle Hideyoshi came along to replace her. Since he'd shown up partway through, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung about the scene. So he refreshingly and unwittingly swept that atmosphere aside. So in the end, it was his unwittingness that brightened the mood. Looks like we're almost there. All right, just a little more. Took forever at the speed we went today, didn't it? You all know whose fault that is. Whoa, Uncle Hideyoshi, give me a break already. Keep on twisting the knife. Seriously, cause of Battler, it's taking forever. Maria had probably come to the conclusion that no one was going to listen to her. She hung her head, wearing a fretful face. As she did, George Aniki crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke to her kindly.
Maria-chan,
Maria-chan,
何も怖く
there's
ないよ。
nothing to be afraid
だっ
of.
て
Because we're all
僕たちが
together.
一緒だと
There's nothing to be
何も
afraid of
怖くない
if
ん
we're
だよ。
together. I think that is exactly what you should be afraid of, Battler.
言ってごらん。
George, I mean. Go ahead and say it.
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're together.
うん、
Yes.
一緒だと
There's nothing to be afraid of
何
if
も
we're
怖く
together.
ない。
そうさ。
Yeah, George
両親
Aniki
の兄
knows
貴
what
の
he's
言う通り
talking
だぜ。
about.
俺たちが一緒に
If
いる
we're all
と
together, there'll absolutely never be anything at all to be scared of. What dog?
な、ジェシカ。
Right, Jessica? Yeah, no doubt about that. Stop making promises you can't keep to a child.
ジョージ兄さんの
George
言うことは
Nissan
いつ
always
も
tells
本
the
当だよ
truth, Maria. I
Maria.
fucking doubt it.
Yeah.
ジョージ
Georgie
お兄
and
ちゃん
Nichan
は
always true.
うん。
Yep,
僕は
I
嘘をつか
don't
ないよ。
lie. That's what a liar
だから
says.
信じて。
So trust me.
みんなと一
There's
緒にい
nothing
れ
to
ば
be afraid of if we're all
何も
together.
怖くない。
Yeah.
Georgie
Georgie and Nichan doesn't lie.
信じる
I trust you. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. Not afraid.
Maria jumped into George Aniki's arms and hugged him tightly. After Aniki patted her head, she jumped away again. Her facial expression had returned to so completely to normal that she looked like a totally different person from moments before. She was once again the ordinary Maria, dissociative identities.
Yeah. There's nothing afraid to be afraid of anymore because we're all together.
ああ、そうだ
Yeah,
ぜ。
that's it. You look all
もう
better
平
now.
気みたいだな。マリアは
You're
強いな。
strong, Maria. Good girl.
I'm a good girl.
なんや、どうした
Hey
んや
now, what's going on
マ
here?
リアちゃん。
Maria-chan didn't
Nayoi
get seasick,
だったんか？
did she?
ん
Hmm?
まあ
Well,
そんなとこ
something
です
like
もう
that.
じき着きます
We'll be
ね
arriving soon. The harbor was already drawing near. Hey, we're almost there. We're almost at the fucking island. Oh, there's like a whole Utana thing there. Could this be the halfway point of this chapter, perhaps? Maybe? That looked like an eye catch. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. The Gilf sex ending is the canon ending. Is that a real ending? I gotta say, I'm enjoying this so far, but it is a bit exhausting to read so much text in so many voices, especially when a lot of it is fucking baby noises. I literally forgot I was gonna have to do that. I mean, I don't have to, but you know, forgot I was gonna want to do that. Okay. All right. Do I have a snack? I thought I had a snack in here. I thought I had some kind of nice snack nearby, but I guess not. Okay. Okay. The boat gave a big shudder. Seems we've docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with the mooring rope. The mooring rope. I said that weird, like it was an adjective. A large man in a tuxedo was waiting there for us with a warm, smiling face. I didn't know him, but judging by his clothes, I guessed that he was a servant of the Ushiromiya head house.
お嬢様、お帰りなさいま
Welcome
せ。
home, milady.
だいぶ遅か
You
っ
were
たので
quite
心
late,
配
and I
しており
began
ま
to
した。
worry.
心
Aw,
配かけた
thanks for caring.
ラトラのやつ
The
が
boat had
怖がっ
battlers
ちゃって
scared
よ
shitless.
それで徐行
So we had to slow
運
it
転
down
だった
for
って
him.
マジでうぜえぜ
Seriously, what a pain in the ass.
うるせえ
Shut up, I'll remember
いつ
this
か
when the
逆
shoe's
の
on
立
the
場に
other
なった
foot
ら覚え
someday.
てろ
At this rate, the word will spread around the entire family, and I'll become the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of that 6-year gap, but now I've provided them with an even juicier topic. Damn it, why does the Ushiromiya main family have to live on this isolated island? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came out of the boat.
皆様、長旅お疲れ様でした。
You must all be quite tired from your long
奥
trip.
様、
Madam,
Hotel
please
dozo.
allow me to assist you.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
お久しぶりね。
It's been a while, Koda-san. How are
あ
you?
りがとうございます。
Thank you for your
おかげさま
concern.
で
It is always
毎
my
日
pleasure
元
to
気にお
serve.
バトラ君は
Battler-kun,
ゴーダさんとは
isn't
初
this
対
your
面じゃ
first
ない
time meeting Goda-san?
確か6年
If
前
I'm
は
not
お勤めじゃ
mistaken,
な
you
かったで
weren't
すよ
working
ね。
here 6 years ago, right?
はい。で
Indeed.
すので、
So please
バトラ
allow me
様と
to
は
greet
初め
him
て
for the
ご挨
first
拶させ
time.
はじめまして
It is an honor to meet you at last, Battler-sama. I'm pretty secure about my height, but you're huge. This is definitely our first time meeting. If I'd ever met a big guy like you, I'd never forget it. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler.
お待ち申し上げて
Your
おりま
return
し
has
た。
been keenly anticipated, sir.
一昨年か
I
ら
have been working for the
後ろ宮
Ushiromiya
方
head
面にお
house
仕え
since
さ
the
せ
year
ていただ
before
いておりま
last.
す。
My name is Goda,
使用
your
人の
servant.
ゴーダともどうぞよろしく
It
お
is a
願いい
pleasure
た
to
しま
make
す。
your acquaintance.
何かご用命が
If
ご
there
ざ
is
いま
ever
したら
anything you
い
need,
つでも
please feel
お申
free
し
to
付けくだ
rely
さ
on
い。
me.
ゴーダさん、お久しぶ
Goda-san,
りで
it's
す。
been some time.
ジョージ様、
It has been too
ご無沙
long,
汰をいたしております。
George-sama.
お手をどうぞ。
Please allow me to assist you.
あんた、
As usual, you're a reception pro. If you ever need a job, just give me a holler, okay? I'd hire you just like that.
これは身に余
You
る
do
光栄
me
で
too
す。
much honor.
どうぞお手を。
Please allow me to assist you,
Hideyoshi-sama.
Hideyoshi-sama. Goda-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful in contrast with his initially rough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression of him had led me to believe. He claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had doubtless worked at a similar job somewhere before. After everybody disembarked, the mooring rope was untied and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port of Nijima. The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved back. I just realized why something's been feeling out of place to me. I can't hear the cries of the seagulls. Uh-oh. He can't hear Umineko no Naku Koroni.
海猫
Umineko?
鳥のか
The birds? I remember that whenever we came to this island, the seagulls always welcomed us with their lively nya nya cries. And because of that, whenever I hear the cries of the seagulls in any other place, I get the feeling that I've come to a family conference. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Ushiromiya head house live, Rokujima had been left uncultivated, apparently transforming into a paradise for wild birds. Seemingly, some cliff face or other had become home to a huge seagull colony, and so this island was always full of them. Since those seagulls didn't come to greet us, I felt a bit lonely. Oh, you don't know what's gonna happen when the Umineko no Naku Koroni. What's wrong, Battler-kun?
ああ、ローザおばさん。
Oh, Auntie Rosa.
いや、
Nah, it's nothing really. I was just saying I can't hear the seagulls, so it kind of feels a bit lonely.
あら
Oh, you're right.
いつもに
They're always so lively, but I can't
Yo,
see
sa
hide nor
pari
hair
no.
of one today.
ど
Huh?
うして
Why no seagulls?
うん
Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a gathering somewhere too.
マリアも海猫見たか
Maria,
った
did
の
you want to see the seagulls? Oh, I wanted to.
なんだってこうも
What
まるっ
happened
きり
for
いね
them
え
all
ん
to
だ
disappear?
ジェシカがみんな
Maybe
焼き鳥にし
Jessica
て
made
食っち
all
ま
of
った
them
んか
into shish
な
kebabs and ate them. Huh? The hell? Don't say disturbing stuff like that.
マリアが勘
You'll
違い
get
する
Maria
だ
all
ろ
confused.
Jessica
made them into shish kebabs. Made them into shish kebabs.
してないしてない
I did not. I did
そ
not.
んなの私が
Why
す
the
る
hell
わ
would
け
I
ね
do
えだ
something
ろ
like that?
そうだそうだ
That's right. That's right.
ジェシカ
Jessica
が
made
焼き
them
鳥
into
にしたん
shish
だ
kebabs.
皮につくねにレバ
Skin
ー
and
にネギ
meatballs,
マ
liver and onion.
靴
Skin and meatballs, liver and onion. As I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along, looking like she was having fun. Oh, she really knows how to join in with things. Alright then, starting today, I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed back overjoyed, I guess happy for this little bit of solidarity.
違うよ、マリアち
That's
ゃん。
not it,
野鳥っ
Maria-chan.
て
I've heard that
天気や
wild
気圧
birds
の
are
変化
attuned
に
to
敏
changes
感
in
な
the
んだそ
weather
う
and
だよ。
atmospheric
今
pressure,
夜あたり
and it looks like the weather
天
will
気が
get worse
崩れそ
around
うだし
tonight.
ね。巣へ
It's
早め
possible
に
they
引き上
hurried
げてる
back
の
to
か
their
もしれない
nests.
ね。
Whoa.
焼き鳥
Not
じゃ
kebabs?
ない。ジェシカお姉
Jessica
ちゃんが
Onechan didn't
焼
make
き鳥
them
に
into
したんじゃない。違う
kebabs?
違う。
I did not. I did not. I
私は
told
そ
you
ん
I
なこと
wouldn't
し
do
ない
stuff
って。
like that.
ほら、
All right,
バトラ
Battler,
嘘
you
だったっ
admit
て
right
認め
now
ろ
that you
よ。
lied.
バトラ君、
Battler
マリアちゃん
Kun,
は素直な
Maria-chan
子
is a
だから、
naive girl,
そ
so
うい
she
う冗
takes
談で
even
も真に
jokes
受けちゃうんだよ。
seriously.
冗談も
You
少
should
し
choose
選ん
your
だ方
jokes
がいい
more
よ。
carefully. George Aniki gently scolded me. Even though I outstripped Aniki in height, he still commanded respect as my elder. No choice but to obediently apologize.
お
Hey,
あり
my
が
bad, my
まあい
bad.
いや
Maria,
今のは
that's
冗談だ。
just now as a
海
joke.
猫たちは
It's
今日
just
はすで
today
に
the
おとなしく
seagulls
して
are
る
all
ってさ。
quiet in their nests.
バトラが嘘。
Battler lie?
ジョージお兄ちゃん
George
は
Onechan
本当
true?
I was having fun, but you were actually just tricking me. Her pure eyes seemed to accuse me. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all.
ああ、そうだそうだ。
Yeah, that's right,
ジョー
that's
ジ兄貴
right.
が言
What
ったの
George
が
Aniki
本
said
当
is
天気が悪
true.
いんで
The weather
今日
is
は引き上
bad,
げ
so
たんだ
they
ろう
probably
よ。
just went home for
いな
today.
くなったわけ
It
じゃないん
doesn't
だ
mean
ぜ。
they're gone, does
ね
it?
おばさん。
Right, Auntie?
そうよ。
That's
明
right.
日以降、
Tomorrow, when
天
the
気が良
weather
くな
gets
ったら
better, I'm sure they'll come back and they'll let you hear their meow meow cries. Woo.
天気良く
I'll wait for the weather to get better so they come back.
明日
Wait
ま
for tomorrow.
で天気良く
Wait
な
for
る
the
ま
weather to get better.
で
Woo, woo.
Maria's mood lightened and she started looking forward to tomorrow when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. Still, George Aniki really is amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Aniki might have quite some talent for this kind of
ジ
thing.
ョージ君は小さい子の面倒を見るのがうまい
George
わ
Kun,
ね
you're so amazing at taking care of kids.
保育士さんでも
I think
勤
you
めら
could
れる
work
んで
in
ね
childcare.
なあ
Yeah,
ジョ
it's
ー
like
ジ
you
兄
were
さんの
born to
転
do
職
that.
私的には
To me,
社
that
長室
seems
で
more
ビジ
you
ネス
than
ってよ
doing
り
business at
そ
some
っちの方が
company
兄さんのイ
president
メージだぜ
office.
まさか。
Oh no.
保育士さんは立
Childcare is
派
a
なお
very
仕事だよ。
respectable job of its own.
単なる子供
It's
好
not
き程度
something
に
you
務
can
まる
do
仕事
merely
じゃ
by
ないね。
liking children. He's a pedophile.
本当に
You're
ジョージ
truly
君は謙
modest,
虚ね
George
で
Kun.
も
But
Battler
Battler Kun, you're quite good with children too, you know.
さっきはほんの
Earlier,
少しの
even if
間
it
だ
was
けど
just for a time,
Maria
Maria seemed to be
とても楽し
having
そ
a
うだっ
lot
た
of fun.
これからも
Keep
今
on
みたい
playing
に
with
遊
her
んで
like
あげ
you
て
did
ね
just now.
冗談は選んで
Just choose the jokes
That can
carefully,
be.
though, alright?
Auntie Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. A real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy that Maria looks like she's having fun.
おい、ローザ
Come on, Rosa.
それにガキど
And you
も。
brats too. What the
Naya,
hell are
Linda.
you doing? Get a
He's
move
off.
on.
Alright, we're coming.
The old bastard was beckoning us to hurry up. We'd better get moving. It's not like it'd be too late to have the same discussion after we got our luggage in our rooms.
それでは皆
Well
様
then, everyone, I
お
shall
隣の
lead you
ゲスト
toward
ハ
the
ウスの
guest
方へ
house
ご
where you
案
will be
内させて
staying.
どうぞこちらへ
Please, this way. Goda-san called to everyone and started leading us. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. I'll bring up her rear. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hey, they drew a lot of staircases. Are we going to come back through all these areas, maybe? A serpentine twisting path led through the dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. I'd guess the path was made twisting so that the slope wouldn't be felt too much. But personally, I'd have been happier if they'd been man enough to make some stairs in a straight line. No doubt they made the path twisting on purpose, to put on airs of distance and importance. This is referring to the writing of the game. This is a joke about the writing of the game. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. Ah, now I remember how it goes from here. Go up these and... Oh, it's the house. At the top of the stone steps, a beautiful guest house came into view. Its facade was lovely, of course, but even more than that, we couldn't help but have our hearts stolen away by the splendor of that beautiful rose garden that spread before it.
はあ、今年も
It's as
相変わらず
beautiful as ever
大
this
した
year.
目の保養
A
とは
real delight
こ
for
のこと
the
やで
eyes. As they reached the top of the stone steps, the people welcomed in by the rose garden voiced their appreciation one after another.
今年は少し
But
花
the
に
flowers
元気が
less
ないんじゃ
lively
ない
this year.
やっぱり
It must
夏
be
があま
because
り
the
暑く
summer
なかった
wasn't
せいか
warm
しら
enough. She really is one of my aunts. Just show up to a beautiful place, find something to bitch about fucking immediately.
そのせいもあるかと
I
思い
also
ます。
believe that is so.
去年の先に
When
比
one
べると、
compares with last
今
year's
年は少
blooming,
々
it is a
見劣
pity
る
that
のが
this year's
残念で
is
す。
somewhat inferior. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remember that huge amounts of roses used to greet me every year, even over 6 years ago. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rokkenjima. Even our parents who came every year couldn't help but let their wonder slip out. And moreover, it even looked like a powered-up version of the garden from 6 years ago that was in my memories. This place is always so amazing. It would be so wonderful to have a rose garden like this in my own home. Yeah, no fucking shit.
よせよ。
Give it
誰が
up.
手入れすん
Who
の
do you think would take care of
バ
it?
ラは虫とか病気
Roses
と
are
か
a real
大変
pain
なん
with
だぜ。
bugs and diseases to worry about.
そうね。
Yes, they are.
キリエ姉さん
In
は
fact, I hear that
毎
Kirie
日バ
Nesan
ラの
attempts
手
to
入れ
her
をして
rose
て
every day
虫がつか
and
な
makes
いよ
sure
う
that
に
it
して
doesn't
る
get
そうよ。
nibbled at without her knowing it.
What the fuck? Is she making a sex joke?
え
Huh?
そうなのかよ。
I haven't heard anything
そ
like
んな
that.
話は知
What's
らないぜ。
this?
そうなんです。
Yes, I do.
この人の場合は
Though with him,
バラ
it's the rose that
虫を
goes
求め
off
ていっ
after
ちゃう
the
から
insect, so it's
どっち
really
かと
more
いう
like
と
some
たちの悪い
nasty
食虫植
carnivorous
物だ
plant.
ね。
Jesus fucking Christ.
ああ、そういう
Oh,
話
so
か
that's
よ。
what you mean.
たく。
Come on, Rosa. Can't you give that a rest
今
for
日は
just
そういう話
today?
もうそういうのは
I've put that
すっ
sort
か
of
り
thing
足を洗った
completely
んだぜ。
behind me.
どうかし
I
ら。
wonder.
ルドルフ兄さ
After
んは
all, you
原
are
始
a
的レベルで話
womanizer
し
on
な
an
いで
almost
しょ。
genetic level.
大丈夫
Damn,
よ
she
ロ
got
ー
it
ザ
out
さ
for
ん。
him. No need to worry,
あんまり
Rosa-san.
追い
If
出
a
すバラ
rose
な
gives
ら
me too much
根
trouble,
元
I
から
just
ちょ
chop it off
ち
at
ょ
the root. Well, then it's not chop. You rip at the root. You don't chop at the whatever. Oh, such frightening talk is this?
モテる男は
Guess who
い
are
つもリス
popular
ク
with
と
the
隣り合
guys
わ
who are
せなん
popular
や
with the ladies are always forced to live with danger at their side.
わしも
I
来
sure
世
hope
じゃ
I
もうちょ
turn
い
out a bit
美
prettier
形
in my
に生まれ
next
たい
life.
もんや。
だから秀吉兄さん、
Hideyoshi-san, as I keep telling you, it isn't like that at all.
キリエも物
And
騒な話
Kirie,
なんかやめ
stop
ろ。
it! You're freaking me out.
俺のバラがし
You're
おれちまったし
making my rose making my rose wither.
ほら、マリアちゃ
Hey,
ん。
Maria-chan,
てごらん。
look over here.
こっちのバラは
These roses
特
are
に立
especially
派だよ。
magnificent. I'm telling you, he's trying to flirt with the fucking.
Roses are magnificent. Wow.
Smells
か
pretty
ぐわしい
sweet.
匂いだぜ。俺のエレガン
Look,
トさ
this
に
matches my
ぴったり
elegance
だな。
perfectly.
おいよせ
Hey,
よ。
cut it out.
マリアが真似して
Maria's
溶け
gonna
て怪我す
imitate
る
you
だ
and
ろ
get hurt by the thorns.
She yelled at me as I leaned in with an exaggerated gesture to smell the rose's scent. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every movement and thereby putting a broad smile on George Aniki's face.
ほら、マリ
Hey
アちゃ
now,
ん。
Maria-chan,
気をつけ
be
て。
careful.
バラのトゲは
Rose thorns
痛い
can
よ。
hurt.
Oh,
少女兄
George Onichan, this one's rose is strange.
変
Strange?
どうしたんだよ。
What's wrong? Maria pointed to a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, just one single rose was withering. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish, and others wither. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about there being only one unhealthy rose in a group of healthy roses. I get the feeling this is a metaphor that's going to be important. She must be feeling somehow like it's been left out.
このバラだけ元気が
So
な
you
くて
feel sad for this rose because it's the only one that
かわい
isn't
そう。
healthy?
The others are all healthy, but this one's sad.
まあ。
Well,
咲い
they
た
all
り枯れ
bloom
たり
and
は
wither
それ
on
ぞれ
their
だから
own.
な。一足先にしお
I'll
れる代
bet
わ
the
り
only reason that
その
one
バラ
withered
は
now
他
is
の
because
どの
it
バラより
bloomed
も
earlier than
早く
any of
開
the
花で
other
きたんだと思う
roses.
ぜ。
そうだよな。
Yeah, that's
い
right.
っぱい咲い
It
て、
probably just bloomed
そ
all
の
over
役
the
目を終
place,
えて、
fulfilled
お
its
休
duty,
みに
and
入っ
went
た
to
ってだけの
rest.
そんなに気に病
You
むことは
shouldn't
ねえ
get
さ。
so worked up about it. He really is stuck on the rose as like a penis metaphor in the way he's talking about it. It seemed that Maria's pure sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that withered alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her.
じゃあ、マリアちゃん。
Okay, Maria-chan.
帰るまでの
Why
間
don't you look after
こ
this
のバ
rose
ラを
until
お
we
世話
leave
してあげ
then?
る。
Huh?
George Aniki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He then took out the wrapping from the candy he had eaten on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string and gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker.
Hey, that's pretty cute.
これが
Let's
この
mark it
バラ
with
の
this.
水後で
Later
お
on,
水
you
と
can
かを
come
あ
and
げ
give
に
it
来て
some
バラ
water.
さんも
I'm
き
sure
っと
Mr.
喜
Rose will
ぶ
be
と思う
happy.
よ。
Won't they recognize what rose it is because it's the only fucking withered rose?
Come to give it water.
せっかくだ
I
から
think you should give
こ
Mr.
のバ
Rose
ラさ
here
ん
a
に
name.
そうすると
I'm sure that'll make it
バラさんも
happy, and
喜
you'll
ぶ
get
と
to
思
know
う
it a
し
little better.
Name.
名前
Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki.
ジョージ兄さんって
Judge Nissan has
昔から
always been
包
really
容力があるの
understanding.
尊敬する
Can't
ぜ
help but respect them.
だな。
Yeah,
人徳って
I
や
guess
つだ。
that's just his gift.
後で爪の赤を
We've
もら
got to
ってき
learn
てや
some
るから
lessons from him.
一緒に飲もうぜ。
Man, they couldn't be setting him up to be more fucking suspicious by just constantly insisting what a good guy he is all the time.
この庭園は
Was this garden
お
as
前が
fancy
子
as
供の
this
頃
when
に
you
も
were a kid?
私が出
It
てって
was
から
only
よ
after I left the
こん
house
な
that
に
it
立派に
became
なった
this
のは
grand.
前の庭園
Though
の
I
方
was
が
more
素朴
fond
で
of the
愛着があ
previous
ったんだけ
rustic
どね
garden.
兄さんがちょっと悪
Nissan
趣味
fiddled
に
with
い
it
じり
too
すぎた
much
の
with his
よ
slightly questionable taste.
前の方
It
が
was
ずっ
much
と
better
良かった
before
んだ
the
か
way it was
ら
before.
エヴァ
Ava, you've got to think positive. No matter how much it good, no matter how it might have looked, its beauty now is something to be admired.
その方が
You'll be able to
心が
relax a
安
lot
らかに
better
なる
if you look
で
at it that way.
別に
I
そん
didn't
な
mean
意
it
味
like
じゃ
that.
ただ私
I
は
was just saying that I
昔
would
の
have
方が
liked
素
you
敵
to
だっ
have
た
seen
庭
the
園を
old, more
あなたにも見
wonderful
てほし
garden
かっ
as
たな
well.
ってだけよ
それでは皆様
Now
よろ
then,
しいでしょうか
everyone, if you please,
そろそろお部屋
I
の
shall
方に
be
ご案内
guiding
いたし
you
ま
to
す
the rooms now. Goda-san called to everyone to ask if we were ready, but our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden after a year of absence, and we didn't lend him an ear. Damn, they're really fucking into these goddamn flowers. Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, for our parents, this was their fond old birth home they had returned to, so they felt no obligation to be pressured by anyone. These people were born on a fucking island. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait with a wide owned by only their family, I mean to say. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait with a wide smile for our parents to lose interest in the roses and tell him to guide us to the rooms. Hilarious. I'm gonna be right
Well?
back. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. Because I got the hungry bungers. I cannot find my fucking box of turtles baked. Remember I had those, they're like goldfish, but the turtles. I swear I could have thought I brought them in here with me at some point. Can't find them anywhere else. I just want to eat some knockoff goldfish in the form of turtles. Well, all right. My.
おい
Hey!
カノン君
If it isn't Kanon-kun! Oh, I remember this
久しぶり
kid.
やな
It's
元
been
気
so
か
long. How are you doing? Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. Yeah, he does that. In the direction he was waving, there was a slender boy. I don't remember what this kid's actual gender turns out to be. I think this is a very androgynous child. I guess we'll go with a boy. Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled up gardening tools and the like into a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took his hat off, and bowed his head.
Konnichiwa.
Good afternoon. I figured he was probably younger than me. Furude Rika with $9.99 says, finally, Umineko. I know, right? I can't imagine anybody who would want this more than a person whose username is Furude Rika and whose avatar is a goddamn Reimu. This is exactly who I'm doing it for. It's just for you, Rika. I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was a servant too. Though he did greet Uncle Hideyoshi back, he himself seemed like he might be unsociable. It was a greeting that lacked feeling. When Goda-san noticed that our interest had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us.
バトラ様、
Battler-sama,
ご紹介い
I
たし
shall
ます
introduce you.
後宮本
He
家
is
に
one
お
of the
仕えしてお
servants
り
who
ます
served at
使用人
Ushiromiya
の一
head
人です、カノン
house.
さん。
Kanon-san,
お客様
greet
に
our
ご挨拶
guest.
を。
はじめまして。
I'm pleased to meet you.
使用人の
I am the
カノンです。
servant, Canon. Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He gave the feeling that he was unsociable, or maybe a bit of a poor speaker. In contrast with Goda-san, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant, it was impossible not to feel the immaturity you'd expect of someone his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kanon only cast his eyes
カノン
downwards.
さん、
Kanon-san,
もう少し何
could
か
you
挨拶
perhaps
する
give
こと
them a
はでき
little
ませんか
more as a greeting?
いえ、
I can't,
僕たちは
because
家具です
we
か
are furniture. Jesus Christ. It seemed that he wasn't refusing to greet us out of spite, but rather he gave the impression that he didn't know what else to add to his greeting, and so could do nothing other than stay silent. Canon-kun's a man of few words. He might not be that sociable, but deep down he's a really good person.
誤解しないで。
Don't get him wrong.
ここに勤めて
You've been
3
working
年
here
にな
for
るんだっ
3
け
years, was it?
確か
So yeah, you've been here a year longer than Goda-san, right, Kanon-kun? Even though it's not like he made a super bad impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see, apparently him being unsociable works against him all the time.
そっか
Cool,
よろしくな。
nice to meet
俺
you.
はバトラ
I'm Battler.
18だけど
I'm 18.
君
How old
は
are
いく
you?
つだい
A silence, as if evaluating whether it was a question that must be answered or not. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead.
確か
If I remember correctly, he's 2 years younger than us, so 16,
16
right?
だったよな。はい、
Yes,
そうで
that
す。
is correct. It looked like if given a choice, he would have preferred not to tell us his age. Him not wanting to tell his age was probably because he thought he would be looked down upon from it. I remember that when I was around his age, I hated being asked how old I was by adults. You're literally only 2 years older. I see, 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. You just were that. In that case, I guess he's just projecting, right? In that case, I asked something I shouldn't have. I'm glad you're about our age. Just be cool and call me Battler.
俺も君のことは
And I'll call
カ
you
ノンって呼ぶ
Kano.
ぜ
Thank you very much.
お気持ちだけで
But
結構
just
で
the
す
sentiment is sufficient,
Battler-sama.
Battler-sama. Jessica looked flustered for some reason. She seemed to think that my impression of Kanon was worsening because of his rejection. Well, I doubt a girl like Jessica understands his fretful male heart. As his elder, even by just 2 years, who would lead him into adolescence, I took it upon myself to understand that. I feel like he might be barking
も
up
う
the wrong
少し愛
tree.
想よくはできませんか
Kanon-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous?
笑顔も使用人の義務ですよ
Kanon's... Oh, shit. A smiling face is also the duty of a servant.
申し訳ありません
I apologize.
努力します
I shall make an effort. Oh,
ゴーダさん
Goda-san, Kanon-kun is trying his
いろい
best,
ろ頑
isn't
張って
he?
るんです
It seemed as though he was often warned about his discourtesy. And apparently he hadn't improved a bit. Goda-san kept his business smile but let a small sigh of resignation escape.
それではまだ仕事が
Well
あり
then,
ま
I
す
still
の
have work to
で失
do.
礼します
If you'll excuse me. It looked like Kanon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another perfunctory bow, he turned on his heels and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, suddenly the wheelbarrow wobbled and fell, scattering the load. I guess the wheelbarrow with its single wheel caught on a pebble and lost its balance.
何をしてるんで
What
す
have
か
you done?
ささ
Now,
早く
now,
片付
quickly,
けて
clean it up. Goda-san urged him along in a low voice as if to remind him that it's a servant's shame to present a clumsy appearance in front of guests. Showing that he understood quite well without being told, Kanon-san wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects. He seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels, and such, but it looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some sacks of fertilizer.
大丈夫かよ
Are you alright?
そそっか
You're
しら
so
ほら
careless. Here,
お嬢様
my
お召
lady,
し物が汚れま
you
す
will dirty your
こ
garments.
こはお任せく
Please,
ださ
leave
い
it to him. With an elegant gesture, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. At his back was the figure of Kanon-kun having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer.
You'll dirty your garments.
安心しろよ
Don't worry, the ones I'm
俺が着
wearing
てるの
aren't that
はそんな
elegant.
おそれによ
Besides, I hate guys who make the waitress pick up the fork they
俺は
dropped at a
レストラン
restaurant.
で
I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me it was a piece of cake. Kanon-kun turned his surprised eyes towards me. It was the face of one who would never have expected to receive help from a guest.
バトラ様
Battler-san,
結構です
that's not necessary. I'll take care of everything, so
気にすんな
don't you worry.
こう見えても
I may
使い
not
方
look
が
it, but
違う
I've
ぜ
got it where it counts. Kanon-kun looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt and was stuck with a sort of weak body. I guess this kind of weight is a bit much for him.
結構重い
It's
ね
quite heavy, isn't it?
カノン君が苦労
It's
するの
natural
も
that it
無
would
理
be
はないよ
difficult for you.
カノン君
Kanon-kun,
しないで。
don't worry about it.
これぞ
Okay,
俺の
my
見せ場
time
そ
to
れで
shine.
さっ
This
きの
makes up
船
for
の
the
分はチャ
boat
ラだよ
part
な
from before, right? Ha!
この程度の
As
こと
if
じ
your
ゃ
antics
さっき
earlier
の
could be
大
written
騒ぎが
off just
帳
like
消しが
that.
カノン君にも
I'll
後で教
tell
えて
you
よ
all about it later,
バトだったら
Kanon-kun.
面白い
Battler's
ん
a
だぜ
laugh and a half.
落ちる
Gonna fall, gonna fall.
I love that she's just bullying him with this the whole time. Banter made the job seem quick, and before I knew it, all the stuff had been piled back into the
お
wheelbarrow.
見苦しいところをお見
For
せし
letting
て
you see such unsightliness, I
申し訳
beg
ござい
your
ませんでした。
forgiveness.
ささもう結構ですよ
Very well, enough
言
now.
ってください
Please go. Letting such a disgraceful thing be seen by the guests who were supposed to be made welcome must have been hideously embarrassing as a servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and exit, Kanon-kun left.
ゴーダさんも
You're
いじ
too
め
harsh
す
on
ぎよ
him, Goda-san.
意地悪言わ
Wouldn't
ない
it
で
have been
あ
better
な
if
たも
you'd
手伝え
helped
ば
him
よかっ
instead
た
of
んじゃ
being a
ない
bully?
これは至り
You
ま
are
せんで
quite correct.
誠に
I
申し訳ご
deeply,
ざいません
deeply
でした
implore your forgiveness. Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly.
カノン君もええところは
Kanon-kun has a ton of things he's good at too. It's just that being young works against him
い
all
ろい
the
ろもっ
time.
たいないわ
It's a crying shame.
気難しい年
It's a prickly age. You be nice to him. Keeping a tight lip is just what you want in a servant. Right, Kumasawa-san? Oh, Rudo-sama, you truly are harsh.
私ほど
There's
使
no
用人で
servant
寡
as
黙なも
silent
の
as
はおりま
I,
せ
of
んと。
course. Everyone smiled wryly at that shameless lie. Even she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. She said that to loosen us all up. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa Ba-chan used to be. The mood that had stiffened a little was cleared up in a twinkling thanks to Kumasawa-san's cheerful smile.
そろそろ荷物を着たよね。
I'd like to put down the luggage soon. Goda-san, how are we to split up for our
部屋
rooms?
昨年と同じにな
It
って
shall
お
be
り
the
ます。
same as last year. I
ご
shall
案
guide
内い
you.
たします。どうぞこちらへ。
Please, this way. We headed towards the trim and elegant guest house. This was going to be our temporary quarters for a night. Oh my god, are we making it into the building? Almost. Kanon watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. Then he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over the previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him, the sacks he couldn't lift himself, as if they were feathers. It was extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Kanon. But as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head from behind, there was something that he just couldn't let go. Muttered words escaped his lips, but those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own ears. Even I. Kanon hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. So that wasn't Battler's perspective there, right? That was just for us? Oh my god, we're almost in... Well, we're not even in the house itself. We're in this fucking side house. You will definitely not find another story as thorough in its approach as Umineko. I remember the Rose Garden, but I don't remember this guest house at all. Was it built like recently? Torayan, Visitor's Retreat, was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house that stood overlooking the Rose Garden had a magnificent design carefully done in harmony with the garden. Is Torayan spelled like that something that means something outside the context of this game? Anybody know if that's like a symbol? Don't worry, AL Soryu. I have known this. The reason I have not played this game is because its reputation is being unfucking fathomably slow. The brand new Western-style guest house that stood overlooking the Rose Garden had been... Oh, I already read this. But having said that, I don't mind that it's slow. It's just this is exactly what I expected.
正解だよ。
Correct.
だったのは
It
つ
was
い
built
一昨年
just the
だ。
year before last.
それ以降は
Since then, we've 僕
僕
been
たちは
having them
こっ
let
ちに
us
泊め
sleep
させて
over
もらう。
there. Yeah, because people seem to like this place more than that junky old mansion we've had forever. I wish my room was over there. I wish my room was over here. I want one too. I want one too. I guess you could call my house upper class as well, but I was reminded again how completely ordinary it was compared to the head house. It showed a shocking display of wealth that they would build this kind of awesome guest house for guests who come over like once a year.
Eva-sama,
Eva-sama,
Hideyoshi-sama,
Hideyoshi-sama, please do make use of this room.
Rudolph-sama,
Rudolph-sama,
Kirie-sama,
Kirie-sama, please make use of this room here.
やっぱりここは
Ah, yes, I
綺麗
do
で
appreciate
上
how
品
pretty and
ね。
elegant this place
洋
is.
風って
Western style truly is
本当に素
wonderful.
敵だ。
I can handle the Western style for a few days, but any longer than that, and you need the good old Japanese style. Japanese people just relax best on tatami mats. They've been fighting over making our new house Japanese style or Western style. Mother still holds a grudge about father having started the construction as Japanese style, and they bicker all the time about it.
ジョージ兄さんの
Your
ところは
parents get along so well, George Nissan. I'm jealous as hell.
うちなんか寂きって
Mine
ね
are
さ
so frosty.
そのくせ
And yet,
私の
they're
成
right
績の
with each
話
other
だ
when
け
it
は
comes to
連
my
帯しやがる
grades. All the rooms seemed to be two-person. I was grateful because now I wasn't going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard for some bullshit reason like being family. Besides, I figured those two wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around.
何気持ち悪い顔で
What's
笑
that
ってんの
creepy smile
どう
about?
せ下世
You're
話なこ
thinking
と
about
考えて
something
るでし
dirty,
ょ。
aren't you?
下世話なん
Something
て
dirty? Of
とんでもない
course not.
どうぞごゆっ
Please
くりお
enjoy
過
your
ごしくださいま
stay.
せ。あ、はい、でででで
Ow! Whoa, 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 whoa. That hurts, you old bastard. Once again, Dad pulled my ears from behind.
バカなこと言
Cut
って
the
んじゃ
crap.
笑いが
I'm
キリ
getting
キ
a
リ痛み
stomach
始め
ache
て
and I'm
て
not in the
と
mood
て
for
もそんな
this. You're the
今回は
guest of
お
honor
前が
this
主
time
品だろ
around.
せいぜい
You
親父
play
や
as
兄貴
nice
た
as
ちに
possible
可愛
with
がら
Dad
れ
and
る
Aniki and the rest.
親父の前では
And at the very
わずか
least,
に
pay
気を
attention
つ
to
け
what you say in front of Dad,
あ
got
の
it?
人本
Because
当に試合が
wisecracks
通
go
じ
over
ねえ
like
か
a
ら
lead balloon with him.
ジェシカちゃん
Jessica-chan,
我
what's
ら
the
が当
mood
初
of our
様のご機
family
嫌は
had been
最
like
近どう
lately?
去
Uh,
年から
same as last year, I guess.
余命3ヶ月
Considering they
余命
keep
3
saying
ヶ
he's
月
got 3 months
って割には
left, he's as
相変わら
lively,
ずピンピンカリカリイライラ
grumpy,
してる
and
って
irritable
話
as
です
ever.
今年
Meaning
も
he's
相
in
変わ
his
らず
usual
機嫌
bad
って
mood
わけ
again
ね
this year.
お守りができるのは
And the only
や
one
っぱ
who's
り
able to
源氏
take
さん
care
だ
of
けな
him
の
is Genji-san.
親方様も
It seems that the
源氏さん
master
に
will
だけ
only
は
open
心
his
を
heart
許
to
しておいでなの
Genji-san.
です私たち
Lately,
下
us
々
small
では
people cannot
近
even
頃
get
は
an
お目通り
audience.
すらなかなか
また書斎に閉じ
He's
こもっ
shut
て
himself up in his
怪
study
しげな
again,
黒魔
probably
術
doing
三昧
nothing
じゃ
but
ねえ
that
のか
weird
な
black magic of his.
何をやろうと
Billionaires,
てめえ
man.
の趣味だか
What
ら
he does
構
for
わ
a
ないけ
hobby
ど
is his own damn business, but when he starts stinking up the place, it really gets on my nerves.
ついでにそのまま
He could just stay in that study and never come out again for all I care.
年長の人
You
に
shouldn't
そ
talk
んな
like
言い
that
方を
about
す
the
るもんじゃない
elderly.
後ろ宮家を
We're all
復興さ
indebted
せ
to
てく
him
れた
since
大
he
恩人
rebuilt
なん
the
だから
Ushiromiya family, and a
もっと
little
感謝しない
gratitude
と
wouldn't hurt.
うん
Well,
ごめん
sorry. After being rebuked by George Aniki, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Ushiromiya family was wealthy beyond belief, but that, of course, meant that all its members were eccentric people, completely at odds with the rest of society. The head of the family, standing at its peak, in other words, our grandfather, seemed to be a particularly eccentric and terrifying person, even for our family. Dad had said he was getting a stomachache earlier, but I guess that was what all the adults who came here today were actually feeling. No doubt they were jealous of us, the grandchildren, just playing and laughing without a care. From the stories Dad told me, the head of the family was a violent man who rained blows on his sons with his own fists, and even beat his daughters mercilessly with a wooden sword. Holy fucking shit. Badass. If he was such a staunch traditionalist with his kids, why wasn't he the same with their names? Because of that, even us grandkids have to suffer, man. He's really stuck on that shit. Well, I have absolutely no trouble believing the terrifying image they paint of him. I don't have many memories of meeting him over the years, but I remember his face was full of menacing thunderclouds, always making the people around him shrink away with a sharp look. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said right now about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me. 6 years ago, I was in grade school, but I'm a high schooler now. There's no getting away from it. If I don't show him respect, things will probably get serious. Scary.
確かにこわ
He
もてだ
does
けど
look frightening, but he's
そんなに硬
completely
くなるほど怖い
terrifying.
決して理不
He's
尽なことは
definitely
言って
never
ないもん
unfair.
口下手なだけ
He's
で
just not
ちゃ
a
んと
pretty
筋は通す
talker,
人だ
that's
よ
all.
ジョージ兄さんは
But George
昔から
Nissan,
成
you've
績
been the
優秀
family
で
darling
一
since
族
like
の
forever
鏡じ
because
ゃ
of
ね
your
えかよ
awesome grades, right?
私たちとじゃ
Grandfather treats
じい
us
様の待遇
completely
が全然違
different.
うぜ私なんか
Like me,
ボク
I've
で
gotten
引っ
slapped
かか
with a
れたこ
wooden
とあるし
sword.
よ尻だ
On
ぜ
my
尻
ass, my ass!
それも乙
On
女
my
の生尻をよ
maidenly naked ass!
ジェシカちゃんは
Well,
本家の
you're
跡
the
取り
heiress of
娘
the
だも
head
ん
house, Jessica-chan. Fucking this guy.
おじい様も
Grandfather
特に
is
目を
giving
か
you
けてくれて
special
るその
attention.
厳しさは
You have to
期
realize
待
that
の
his
気持ちの
strictness
裏
shows
返し
how
だ
much
と
he's
思わなくちゃ
expecting of you.
冗談じゃ
Oh,
ねえぜ
come on.
その後取りって
Seriously,
や
I
つは
could
ジョー
just
ジ
turn
兄
the
さんに
succession
譲
over
る
to
よ
you, George Nissan.
私が担
It's
ぐ
a
に
bit
は
of a
ちょう
heavy
どしんど
burden
い
for
ぜ
me to carry. I think I already said it before, but Jessica is the daughter who will inherit the head house. The pressure on her shoulders must be different from us cousins of the branch families.
Jessica Oni-chan, heavy? If I hold it, will I get lighter?
うん
Huh?
サンキュ
Thanks.
ーな大丈
It's
夫
alright, it's not
マ
gonna
リア
get
ちゃん
pushed on
に
you,
は押し付けね
Maria-chan.
えよ
That feels like foreshadowing.
この十字架は
I'm gonna bear that cross
私が
until
墓ま
my
で背負ってく
grave.
よ
That also sounds like foreshadowing.
安心しなって
Don't worry. While grateful for Maria's innocent consideration, it seemed that Jessica could not easily rid herself of the anxiety for the future that remained visible on her face. I guess I'm no different. Any high schooler with exams looming ahead is bound to have an anxiety for the future that they can't hide.
マリアいらっしゃい
Maria, come here.
お母さんとマリア
You'll
は
be in
この
this
部屋
room
よ
with Mom.
バトラ君は
Battler
僕と
Kun,
一緒にこっ
apparently
ち
you
の部
are
屋だ
with
って
me
さ
in this room here. Oh, this is a surprise. It's bigger than our parents' room. Wow. Wow. Wow.
I figured us cousins are probably all going to gather in one place anyway, so I went and told them to make it a biggish room. I like here best too. Here is better than being together with Mama.
Yeah, fuck her.
So
Okay, you like it here better too, Maria. Alright, this room is George's and mine, but we'll give you special permission to come in. Keep it a secret from your mom, alright? Creepy.
Woo! Secret!
Her mother, Auntie Rosa, was right behind her, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. After our parents put the luggage in the rooms, they gathered again in the corridor. So, brats, what are you gonna do? Are you cousins just gonna stay here and chat? It seemed they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally, we would have had to follow them and greet everyone together. But if that had been the case, Dad would have just said, "You guys come too," and been done with it. He's telling us that it's alright if we don't come, so what'll we do? It's gonna be time for lunch soon anyway. Better let the kids unwind here. Besides, if worse comes to worse, this might be the last chance they get to play outdoors.
I'll go too. Maria, you house sit for Mama, okay? You behave yourself and wait here.
Now that Maria had been told to house sit, we couldn't just leave her behind. George Aniki realized that immediately and gave a clear reply for all of us. Well, we'll accept your offer and house sit. We have lots of stories to tell each other after a year. That would be best. And Battler-kun has 6 years worth to tell after all. Yeah. I'll take care of the house like a good little boy.
Kumasawa-san, I'm gonna stay here too. We'll leave the rest of the adults and us kids will break rank.
That would be best for the best. I'll report it to madam. Then, everyone, I will be guiding you to the mansion. Please, this way. The other kids aside, George is an adult now. Wouldn't it be easier if he came with us? If we make him come, poor George will be the only one left out. Interacting with his cousins is also important. Well then, see ya, guys. The adults left one after the other. Like the time he had guided us from the harbor, Goda-san went ahead with Kumasawa-san at the rear. As we gathered in the cousins' room assigned to us, George Aniki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to be asking her something. He soon finished his business and came back. What's up, Aniki? Nothing. I just wanted to ask something.
Ask me too.
What could it be that George Nissan asks Kumasawa-san and doesn't ask me, I wonder? I don't have a clue. No, you misunderstand. I'm not sure what you're misunderstanding, but Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It's like he has something to hide and Jessica has the dirt on him. Whatever it is, something only Jessica knows and I don't is no fun at all. Hey, Maria, it's not fair that we're the only ones out of the loop, is it now? We want to hear what they're talking about, don't we?
Battler and me want to know too.
I fooled around while ooh-oohing together with Maria. No, I'm telling you, it's no big deal. Liar! You suck at lying, now confess. Maria, you tickle his right side, I'll tickle his left.
Me on the right side, Battler on the left.
Wait a second. What are you two? Stop. George Aniki rolled around on the bed in an effort to get away, and Maria and I played around chasing him. There's something in the back of my mind telling me I'm a high schooler now and not a damn kitten, but in spite of that, I missed this kind of fun. You'll never stop being a damn kitten. A warm kind of fun. But George Nissan was asking Kumasawa-san, see... Well, you know how it is. It's been a year since he last came to the head house. Apparently he's really dying to say hi to any servants that might have joined or quit in the meantime, see?
そういうことらしいぜ。
P with 199 says, happy to be here. Happy to have you here. Happy to have everybody here. On this island Rokenjima with me. Playing my Golden Witch games. I read this right, yeah.
Huh? Say hi. I'll say hi too.
なんだよそれ。
What the hell? That's not anything to
全然
feel
やましく
guilty
ねえじゃ
about,
ねえかよ。
Aniki.
違う。
That's not it, is it?
マリア。
Maria, don't be fooled.
兄貴は
Aniki's
何
still
か隠し
hiding
てるぞ。
something.
尋問再
Resume
開だ。
interrogation. Oh yeah, there's like a hot maid. I think that's what this is about.
おりゃ
Ah!
やめて
So
よ
stop
本
it
当に
seriously.
マリアちゃんも
Maria-chan, you
もう
too.
やめて
Stop already.
多分掃除とか
They're
昼
probably
飯の
busy
準備とか
cleaning
で
your
忙しいんだよ。
with cleaning your lunch arrangements.
大丈夫。
It's all right. We'll go
後
and
で
greet
ちゃ
them
んと挨拶
properly
に来るぜ。
afterwards.
ゴーダの出しゃばりの
Basically,
出
you
迎
wanted
えより
Shannon out there to greet you, not that Go to greeting get in the way, right?
シャノン
Shannon? Shannon. Ah,
思い出したぜ。
I remember that
そんな子いたら
girl.
今も使用人やっ
She's
てんの
still a
か
servant now?
元気かよ。
How is she? She got big titty now. That's how she is. Steady pace. Yeah, I would say that is a pretty fucking fair description of the pacing. But you know, this is a lot better than that episode of Haruhi where they go to that island. That kind of sucked, actually. This kind of rules. All right. I'm going to take a piss real quick. And I'll be immediately back. Sorry that took so long. I didn't come immediately back. I briefly went looking for turtles baked again. I could not find them still. Where could I have left this enormous box of cracker snacks that I would not be able to find them? Maybe I'll never know. This is still very early in episode 1 still. How long is each episode? I know we're still not even like 2/3 of the way into the first anime episode, which is pretty funny because we've been going for 2.5 hours. And the first anime episode obviously is like 20 minutes long. So it's been interesting seeing it from that perspective. And also how much like wasn't missing from the anime. And like this was something Baccarat, part of the reason I still hadn't played this game is that I remember my friend Baccaraptor writing about it a few years ago, where he said his take on it after reading the whole thing was like, it could have been significantly cut down and nothing really valuable would be lost. And this is especially apparent because he was like, well, I liked the anime, and it's not like we didn't get like, if the anime had ever come to conclusion and actually gotten through the whole story, you would have gotten enough out of it to enjoy it as a story, regardless of whether it is actually like as fulfilling as the game. This was Baccaraptor's take. Was like, if they had finished the anime, it might have actually been the better version to him than the game because of how much shorter it is. I've seen a lot of people recommend the manga as well as a better version of the story, but so far I don't feel there have been certain lines of dialogue that I was like, that was unnecessary. I definitely think they leaned in like really hard on the battler like making a fool of himself with the boat thing, but at the same time all of it feels so incredibly realistic to me, aside from A.L. Soryu. He does realize the anime cuts a ton of details. He played the games. That's what I'm saying. The review was based on playing all the games and being like, they were too fucking wordy. Like, if the anime had completed, it would have been a better experience. This was his opinion after playing all of the games. So that's why I took it seriously. But I feel as though there's too much, but it does make you feel like more in with it. Even like the weird stuff and the kind of creepy stuff. Like, I don't think in real life, I don't know if a cousin's gonna say something as direct as "let me massage your boobs" because they've grown so big. That was very anime. But for the most part, it feels realistic. Vian is wordy. You just disagree with him that the anime is better just for being short. Well, and I'll say as well that the original VN didn't have as good of art. It didn't have all the voice acting and stuff. So I could see how a lot of that has improved it. Like, I tried to play this game once with the original, and I only made it like 15 minutes in, and I was like, I can't. Like, I can't deal with how ugly it is. I can't deal with how slow it is. Like, it just, it wasn't as engaging as the anime had been that I had just watched, But again, reading it in a context like this, where I've got a lot of people with me, I'm doing funny voices, like, it's got the voice acting, it's got the better art, and I'm coming into it like, I know that every line is important, and so every time I see something that could be important, I'm willing to believe it probably is. Like, I'm not disregarding certain lines out of pocket because they seem unimportant. It's like, no, actually, they probably wouldn't have brought it up if it didn't matter, So I'm using a lot of good faith, basically, in my approach to this, and I feel intrigued by that. I feel like it's laying lots and lots of seeds for stuff to grow later through, arcs and stuff. So, anyway, I'll continue reading it now. By the way, Natsuhine-san, how's your headache been lately? It seemed to be pretty serious for a time. I've been much better lately. Thank you for your concern.
Oh, right here. A present for you, Natsuhine-san.
Thank
you once again. I'm always receiving gifts from you. Is this black tea? It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon balm. It's a blend from a famous store and is supposed to be good for headaches. I thought it might help you too.
Rosa was always a conscientious woman, probably because she was the youngest of four, and by quite some distance. She managed to grow up without harboring the venomosity of her siblings. Yeah, sure. Her consideration made Natsuhi soften her expression for just a moment. But it wasn't enough to undo the many years of anxiety that had curdled her expression into one of bland indifference. One big difference I feel like this has from the anime is I feel like I remember Rosa not seeming like a good person from the very beginning like this. I could be wrong about that. But I remember it being like right away that you're like, oh. Oh yes, you always were saying you get those headaches. Pull yourself together. I assume this is cluster headaches. One of my best friends from high school had cluster headaches, and it sucks. It's literally every single day you'll have like a paralyzingly awful headache that feels like you are going to die for hours, like up to, hours. For some people it's more than once a day. Jessica-chan will have her exams this year, won't she? Isn't that a turning point in her life? How can she count on her mother like that? Besides, Natsuhine-san, you're 3 years younger than me. Can't you pull yourself together? Jesus Christ, this bitch. Damn. I apologize. I was born with this discomfort. Ava sometimes fails to choose her words carefully, but even though she hid it with a smile, her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice. Fucking shards? You just fucking stabbed her. Of course, that didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Ava. She looks like she's grimacing. Our Battler-kun will have his exams this year too, right? Rudolph-san, shouldn't you be a little concerned too? For the sake of your own son, get serious to the point of getting headaches like Natsuhine-san. If I say anything, he automatically goes against it. So what should I say? Maybe the opposite? That it's okay for him to mess around? That's probably the only thing he'd obediently listen to. In your family, Hideyoshi-san, didn't George do really well on his exams? Please, teach me the secret to controlling children. Well, it's probably because I convinced him why he should study. Study isn't worth anything on its own. That's right, the real point of studying is to train yourself in the art of researching what you don't know. If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I agree. I'm not talking about math or writing. You need to learn how to learn. Yes, this motherfucker gets it. You gotta learn how to learn. That is step 1. Learn how to learn. This is the best. Actually, I'm gonna screen cap this shit. This is the best writing in the whole game so far. Damn it, that did not save correctly. Why did it do that? Why did it jump at the last second? Come on. What the fuck? Why is it doing that? Whatever. Okay. Just want to save it. Oh, yeah. I don't remember how to... Fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't remember how to save one of these. I'll just do it in Paint. Never forget this man's advice. Okay. Anyway. That's splendid. It would be nice if our Jessica could understand that, though. I don't mean this too seriously, but as it is, as an heiress of the Ushiromiya family, she's... You really have to force her into becoming the successor. Women have to find their own happiness. Parents shouldn't be deciding that for their children, right? Okay, so that's why she's got it out for her. She wants her son to be in charge of the family. She doesn't like this bitch is in the way. Hold your horses, Ava. Each family has its way to raise their children. You shouldn't be pushy. I'm sorry, Natsuhine-san, don't take it the wrong way. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room, which probably caused headaches for other people besides Natsuhi. As if to brush away that mood, Kyrie brightly made a suggestion to all present. Still, this black tea has a really lovely aroma. Let's drink it at once. I believe that in Japan, you can't buy something like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right? Kyrie-san, how knowledgeable of you. It really was worth buying. Kyrie and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea. Natsuhi forestalled them.
Thank you both.
それは後で
Let
い
us
ただき
save
ま
that
しょう。
for later.
うちの者がすぐ
One
お
of our
茶を持って
people
き
will
ます
soon
の
be
で。
coming to bring
どう
some
ぞお
tea,
く
so
つろぎください。
please relax.
二人とも後にしろ
Leave
よ。
it for later, you
ウェルカ
two.
ムドリンク
Let
くらい
them treat us to a
ごちそうになろう
welcome
ぜ。
drink at least. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kyrie and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The guests had already been greeted, so it was time for some tea to be prepared for them. The tea was late, and having the guests talk about making some themselves was an embarrassment for the host. Natsuhi bit her lower lip, frustrated with the ineptitude of the servants who were taking too long to bring the tea. Seeing her face, Ava without hesitation started to giggle. What a fucking cunt. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. As she came in pushing a dish cart piled with teacups, Natsuhi gave her a pained look for no apparent reason, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong. Excuse me, God. Damn! Oh, damn! She's the hot one.
お茶のご用意をさせてい
Excuse
ただ
me,
き
I
ます。
shall prepare some tea for you.
おう、
Oh, Shannon-chan, it's been a
ま
while.
すます
You
べっぴ
keep
んさんに
getting
なりよ
prettier
った
every time I
な。
see you.
いえ、どうも。
Thanks.
おしゃべりは配膳を済
Leave
ま
the
せてから
chatting
に
for
なさい。
after you've set the table.
お茶が冷めま
The
す。
tea will get cold.
申し訳ございません。
apologize,
奥
madam.
様
She apologized like a small frightened animal, and bumping against the serving cart made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness made Natsuhi's expression even harsher, which made Shannon in turn quit. Should I call her Shannon or Shannon? What do y'all think? In turn, quail even more.
いいのよ、夏日姉
It's
さん。
alright,
挨拶
Natsuhine-san.
の一つ
What
く
does
ら
a
いしたっ
single
てどう
greeting
ってこと
matter?
もう十
We've already been
分
made
待
to
た
wait
さ
for
れて
so
る分
long. The tea must be
十
quite
分お
cold
茶も冷
anyway.
めてるもの。
それは大丈夫です。冷めてはお
It's
りま
not
せん。
cold yet, so...
シャノン、
Shannon,
早く配膳を
finish
済ませ
setting
な
the
さい。
table quickly.
失礼
I'm
しました、
sorry, madam.
奥様。
It was obvious that Natsuhi was getting irritated. The ineptitude, you could just see that you feel the like chain of abuse, right? Like how it starts obviously at the top with the dad, but it's like a ladder, you know? The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuhi's everyday guidance, making her lose face. As the person in charge of matters of the Ushiromiya head house, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed today of all days was surely nothing less than total humiliation.
よせよ、夏日
Lay
姉
off,
さん。
Natsuhine-san.
シャノンちゃんだって
Don't
頑
you
張って
think
る
it's a
のに
little harsh to
いじ
bully
めてかわいそう
Shannon-chan
だ
when
ぜ。
she's trying her best?
いじめてなんかいませ
I'm
ん。
not bullying anyone.
いい香りね。
What a nice smell.
お茶の銘柄を
May I
聞いて
ask you
もい
the
いかしら
brand of this tea?
と
I'm
申し訳
I'm
ございま
terribly
せん。
sorry.
後ほど調
I'll
べてまい
find
り
out
ま
for
す。
you later. Kyrie had tried to be nice to her, wanting to cut through the tense mood. However, instead, Shannon had shown a disgraceful display, darkening Natsuhi's face and the room's mood. By this point, Ava's giggles were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room.
なーに
What's this?
シャノンちゃん。
Shannon-chan, don't
自
you
分が
even
入れ
know
て
what
るも
you're
のが何
pouring
か
us?
ダメよ。
Come now, you
そんな
mustn't
怪
serve
しげなも
something
の
so
を来客に
suspicious
振る
to
舞っち
guests.
ゃ。こんなお
We'll
茶
need a
じゃ
silver spoon at
銀
the
のスプ
very
ーンで
least
もない
before
と
we can
飲め
drink
ないわ
this.
よ。
すみません。
sorry. Ava is like my mom's oldest sister is literally exactly like Ava, but like the I don't have any money version. It's hilarious to me.
すぐに用意を。
go get one immediately.
ねえ、シャノンちゃん。
Shannon-chan,
銀のスプ
do
ーンっ
you
て
know
何
what
に
the
使う
silver
か知って
spoons are
る？
used for?
銀じゃな
Or
い
why
と
they
ダ
have
メ
to
な
be
のよ。
silver?
なぜかわか
Do
る？
you know why?
いえ、
No. Ava's eyes played over Shannon, who was setting the table, as a catty smile floated onto her face. Taken on its own, the expression on Ava's face may have been charming in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held within them the keenness of a razor. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Ava's gaze, which continued to focus on her. Grasping that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa promptly gave some timely help.
銀は毒
They
に
say
触れる
that
と
silver dims if it is touched by poison.
シャ
You've
ノンちゃん
learned
も
something,
一
right,
つ勉強がで
Shannon-chan?
きたわね。
The tea was being treated as undrinkable unless it could first be tested for poison. In Natsuhi's eyes, this was an insult to both the tea and herself for serving it. Rudolph, laughing flippantly, patted Ava's shoulder. You don't need any silver cutlery. With just one lick of your poisonous tongue, even a silver plate would go pitch black. I get to hear that poison tongue every day, so I must be poison-proof by now. Ava, I don't mind you doing it to me, but you gotta tone it down a smidgen for the poor souls without resistance. Oh my, how cruel. I only gave Shannon Chan a bit of information about tea, didn't I? Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and smiled, though sourly. There remained a single exception to this in Natsuhi, but even so, for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and made to leave, Kyrie apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downward, pushing the cart down the corridor. The pitiful air around her made it obvious that she had borne the brunt of some bullying. Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Nei-san.
You were watching.
That is my duty. Madam and Ava-sama could go to hell. But the even worse coward is that guy. Cannon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by a little bit of trouble in the kitchen. That trouble had not been Shannon's fault. The truth is that it had been Goda's mistake. In the first place, there was no way that a show-off like Goda would ever hand over a flamboyant job like carting tea to the guests. He had needed to make the tea all over again, which had made him late. So, realizing that he wouldn't be earning any brownie points, he had pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. One could truthfully call it being shrewd, and one could unquestionably call it cowardice. Damn.
It's alright, Cannon-kun. Thank you. I really don't mind.
Cannon's silence vividly showed that Shannon's words weren't coming from her heart.
Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I still feel a bit better, I think.
You bottle things up too much, Nei-san. You should be less hard on yourself for once.
Yeah, thanks.
Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. An elderly man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant. What are you doing here? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen.
Yes, if you'll excuse me.
Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Cannon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. What is it? Did something happen? Shannon didn't do anything wrong. But those...
Stop it, Cannon-kun. If you'll excuse me, I'll return to work immediately. Cannon-kun, you too. Go back to your post. Please.
If you say so, Nei-san. If there is nothing, then go. Yes. If you'll excuse me. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. How heartrending, Shannon-san, Kanon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. But it cannot be denied that they are disliked by Goda-san. Before Goda-san was taken in by the Ushiromiya head house, I heard he worked for a fabulous hotel somewhere. I do think the manner of work he learned there was quite something. It's just that Goda-san is the newest servant here. He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous posts. Because Shannon-san and Kanon-kun are his seniors here at the mansion, and yet are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has, he picks on them at every chance he gets. This is such an odd aside that we just, get her, thought dumping on this whole situation at this random moment.
And also, although it's terrible, they are hated by Madame Natsuhi too. Of course, in terms of experience, Madame has been in the family much longer. However, I must feel some sympathy for Madame as well in this case. The master is a truly cruel person. Why could he not have realized that his trifling whim would pass such an inferiority complex onto Madame? Right? Naturally, deep inside, even Madame fully acknowledges that there's no reason to treat those two so harshly. However, the heart has reasons that reasons know. The heart has reasons that reason knows not. That's an important one. I feel, you know what, let's screen cap that too. It's another good piece of wisdom from this game. The heart has reasons that reason knows not. How heartrending. I cannot do anything but watch over them from the shadows. I wouldn't have guessed that she was such a nice person based on her early interactions, but she really is sweet. Uh-oh. Or maybe not. Maybe this was a lie. Uh-oh. This is suddenly getting really dramatic. Never mind. Tension fully dispersed. The four of us cousins were shooting the breeze over all kinds of topics. After all, there are both girls and guys here, plus we've got people over a wide spread of ages, adult, high school, and elementary school. All each of us had to do was talk about ourselves, and it would be of great interest to the other three. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. I mean, Jessica and Maria, you've both grown more than I could have imagined over the past 6 years. So to be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. Right back at you. Even after 6 years, you haven't changed a bit. Although your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside. I'm a kid too! I'm a kid too! Well, you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're going to grow from being a kid to a cute young lady, aren't you? I think this is also foreshadowing. And when that happens, that flat as a board chest will be on Jessica's level, you know? Stop it. Battler. Fucking... Get laid outside of your family real quick, Battler, and then come back. Please. When that happens, let me rub it up. Stop it! I'm not. Stop, Battler. Stop! I'm not reading that. Ooh, let you rub it. Promise. No, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad. Huh? He's jealous. I promise, so let him rub it. I keep my promises, Maria. Always keep them. Maria, you're a really earnest, good girl. The guy you marry is gonna be really lucky. I don't know, man. She can barely fucking communicate. Actually, maybe that's exactly what they're... He really does only want his cousins. Just don't try to smooth over the topic with the promise intact. Maria, that promise never happened. Never. Promise canceled. Oh. I realize now it really didn't feel like a proper gathering of cousins without Battler-kun, and our group did it. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true. We weren't able to goof off like this. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, don't you think? Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, or finding jobs. Oh, I'm sorry. Now that I'm here, there's just this stupid babbling. But I'm having fun this year. That's true. I agree, this year's the most fun. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone. When George Aniki stroked Maria's head, she giggled like a happy kitten. I don't... Stop it. You have violated the law. Like my
chair should be way down. Oh. I don't know what. Oh, there we go.
Pardon me. Your meal is prepared. A timid knocking sound and an equally timid young woman's voice came through the door. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon, come in! You remember Battler, don't you? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who was definitely about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler Soma. It's nice to see you after 6 years. I'm Shannon. Noting my presence and trembling a little, she bowed deeply. Wow. Jessica had me surprised, but Shannon-chan, you've shocked me just as much. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? I knew this would be his reaction. Your words are too good for me. Seriously, the food on this island must be really nutritional, no? What are you eating? Where are you training to get boobs that big? Train them, please. Guess I'll have to feel them a bit and see whether yours and Jessica's are bigger, okay? Oh, she beats him. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of my honor and justice, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by rubbing breasts. It's just my battler-style way of communicating. When a boy closes in on a girl like this, 9 times out of 10 they get slapped or clobbered, right? This is a Battler-sama original communication technique, aiming for a gag like that to break the ice. Oh, okay. He's just trying to break the ice by getting himself slapped for grabbing tits. Alright. Well, that means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance, though, right? I hate this fucking dude. I never asked for that much, though. By now, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's chest, but the counter-strike had yet to come. She understood what was going on, and she was blushing and had her head lowered in embarrassment. But she was just standing there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Whoa, I wasn't planning on this. Why, but this is the ideal situation. But please, hit me right now. At this rate, I'm seriously gonna touch them. You're in a room full of people, dude. Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Ow, Jessica, thank you. Why the hell are you thanking me? No, my bad, Shannon-chan. Looks like I got a little too absorbed in your hypnotic chest. No, more to the point, when someone gets that close, they've clearly got criminal intentions. Seriously, you gotta resist. You are an exalted guest, Battler-sama. She's used to being used this way, is the read I'm getting on this. Now look here, a crime's a crime whether I'm a guest or not. 10 centimeters around a girl's chest is like an air defense identification range. If someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace, and you launch a slap to the face on high alert. You couldn't do such a thing. That is furniture. And man, that word must be a thing they are told. Of course, she didn't want her breasts touched, but if a guest so desired, she intended to sacrifice her own needs in an effort to accommodate them. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. He is a real man. In these days, to think that there's a dedicated and virtuous girl like this, it makes my head spin. But no. I come at you with a perverted face. You smack me down. No, pervert. You gotta complete the joke or it doesn't work. Please, it's a polite request. Smack me. Like this. Smack. This is its own perversion. Smack. I cannot comply with polite requests because I'm furniture. But I will comply with it if it's an order, because that is my duty.
Then I'll
じゃあ
make it in
命
order.
令させてもらうことにするよ。
Oh.
次からバト
From
ラ
now
君が
on, if
胸に
Battler
触
Kun
ろうと
tries
し
to
てき
touch
た
your
ら
breast, you are to counterattack
平手
with
打
a
ちで
slap.
反撃すること。
Oh, okay, that's the okay.
いいね。
All right.
Yes,
はい、仰せつかりま
as
した。
you command.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure everybody knew. He's the one telling her what to do.
以後、そのよう
That
に
is
さ
what I
せて
will
いた
do
だき
from
ます。
now on.
バトラ様、
Battler-sama, I
shall
hope you can
take
keep
it
this in mind.
So Shannon-chan declared while bowing elegantly to me. Her facial expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to signal, "You got it."
6年前は
This is totally
お手伝い
Epstein's
様の連れ
Island.
子が
6 years ago, you might have been
みたいな印象
mistaken
だ
for
っ
a
たんだけど
servant's daughter who just came in to lend a hand sometimes. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How many years has it been?
はい、
Well,
おかげさまで
I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years.
Definitely Epstein's Island. She's Kanji. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. This is another far from typical name for a Japanese person. Being a kid back in those days, I had taken in her name without paying it much attention, but for her to be called something like that is pretty unusual given that she isn't even a member of the Ushiromiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, I can kind of understand why that Kanon-kun's name sounds the way it does too. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6. Since her body had changed radically, she didn't match my memories, but we used to know each other 6 years ago. It looked like she was just as shy as she had been in the past, but I got the sense that she had become imbued with the charm befitting of a girl her age. Especially her breasts. Her breasts. Yeah, I mean... She's racked like fucking, what's her name? Sydney Sweeney. She got that Sydney Sweeney bod.
さっき会ったカノ君は
That kid we met
彼女の
earlier,
弟なんだよ
Kanon-kun, is her little brother.
弟というわ
He's
け
not
では。
exactly my little brother.
でも、
Still,
私
he
の
loves
こと
me
を
like a
あれ
big
と慕ってく
sister.
れます。何か失礼なこと
He
は
didn't
しま
cause
せん
you
でし
any
た。
trouble, did he?
相変わらず
He's the same as always. It's such a shame that he doesn't act just a bit more sociable.
カノン君がご迷
It
惑を
seems
おかけしたよう
Kanon-kun
で
has caused trouble.
申し
I
訳ございません。
apologize.
別に迷惑なん
He
て
didn't
何
cause
も
any trouble at
同じ
all.
男として
As a
分かる
fellow man, I understand how
あ
moody
り
you
ゃ
can get at
気
that
難しい
age.
年頃だ愛想が悪い
It's
の
no
は
surprise
当
that
た
he's
り前だぜ
unsociable.
Ah, I get called that all the time too. Get called unsociable, like Kanon. Woo!
マリア
Maria-sama,
様は
you
愛
are
想
not
悪くなんかあり
unsociable
ま
at
せん。
all.
Well, not around you guys.
What?
一緒がよ
It
か
was
っ
nice to be like him.
た。うん
Oh.
She just
えっと、
wants to be
食
cool
事の
like
準備
Kanon.
ができたんだっ
You
て
said the meal was ready, right?
Oh, yes.
失礼いたし
My
ました。
apologies.
お食事の
The
ご用意が
preparations
整
for
いま
your
したの
meal
で
have been carried out,
皆
so I
様
shall
をお
be
屋敷へ
guiding
ご
you
案
all
内
to
い
the
たします。
mansion.
Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job, so we got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
じゃあお屋
Shall we
敷に
go
行
to
こ
the
うか
mansion
みん
then?
なも
You're
お
all
腹
probably
が空い
starting
て
to
た
get
ところで
hungry
し
as
ょ
well,
だ
right?
な。
Sure am.
ゴーダさんが
I
いる
always
時の
look
飯は
forward to
楽
meals
し
when
みなんだ
Goda
よ。
San's here
あの
cooking.
人、
That
どこ
guy
ぞの有
seems
名
like he
ホ
was
テ
a
ルで
chef
シェ
at
フ
this
をやって
famous
たらしくて、
hotel, so he's
かな
super
り
good
料
at
理
it.
の腕があるんだぜ。
ほうほう
Whoa!
それ
I'm
楽
looking
しみ
forward to that.
行こうぜマ
Let's
リア
go, Maria.
ガツガツ
We're gonna
犬み
stuff
たいに
ourselves like
べちゃかす
pigs.
ぞ
Woo! Stuff ourselves like pigs.
ダメダメ
No,
バ
no.
トラ君の
You
言う
can't
ことは
just take
いち
everything
いち真
Battler
に
Kun
受けちゃ
says
ダメだよ
seriously,
全
okay?
部冗談なん
Because
だ
it's
から
all jokes.
さ
Come
行
on,
こう
let's
行こ
go. Under Shannon Chan's guidance, we headed toward the mansion. Yo, yo. Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continued onward as it came into view. The imposing mansion of the Ushiromiya main family. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. On the surface, the building was gorgeous, but being as old as it was seemingly lacking in modern amenities like air conditioning. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Well, it's not like they couldn't just take the kotatsu out. Wonder why Kotatsu was in green. I still don't really know what all the green text means. There's been a number of them. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him I remembered. As the most senior member of the staff, Genji-san served as the head of the servants. Butler-sama, we have not met in a long while. As our eyes met, he saluted us with a composed voice. He didn't give quite as refined a bow as Goda's, but it was a bow that had feeling, even if it wasn't polished to the same degree. Genji-san, it's been absolutely ages! You look well. Thank you, I have been quite well. And you, Butler-sama, I see you have become a splendid young man yourself. I would even say you have grown to resemble somewhat the master during his youth. I'm looking like grandfather? I guess that means grandfather was pretty popular when he was young. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please, come this way. Shannon-chan bowed deeply and saw us off. Leaving the entrance hall, we headed to the dining hall under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumakawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His figure was exactly the same as in my memories of 6 years ago. It seemed like time had stopped since last we met. Genji-san was a silent and diligent person. He was like grandfather's close aide or caregiver. In fact, you could even go so far as to say he was grandfather's right-hand man. Actually, it seems that he was by grandfather's side more than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusts him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. I've never asked for details, but I think I heard he's been here since the beginning when this mansion was constructed. That is to say, he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. No wonder grandfather trusts him. Green text is translation notes, okay. As we cut through the open ceilinged hall behind Genji-san, I found something I had no memory of from 6 years ago. So far, none of them have been anything I didn't understand. Oh, fuck! It's your girl! It's your girl! Beatrice! Such an amazing painting. She's got a face like the Mona Lisa. It was an awfully big portrait hung right in the front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking under its spell. Since I'd suddenly stopped, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back.
What?
Sorry. Hey, Jessica, did that picture used to be there? I pointed at the large and conspicuous portrait hanging in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? Oh. When was it again? I think, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was around the year before last. That's the second thing that's referred to as the year before last. What was it? When Canon showed up? You are correct. No, when Goda showed up. Canon's been here for 3 years. In April of the year before last, the master had this painting put on display, which he had instructed an artist to paint for him sometime prior. Grandfather did that? So he went out of his way to have it drawn? The portrait depicted a woman in an elegant dress, who gave off a sense of refinement, and who seemed to suit the Western style of the mansion. I couldn't have guessed her age, but the sharpness and obvious strength of will in her eyes gave me the impression of youth. It was a different feeling than the composed mood of middle-aged women that are often found in famous pictures. If this woman had normal black hair, I might have thought it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, the woman in the portrait had beautiful golden hair and didn't look Japanese at all. So, who is she then, this woman? As though trying to show off her knowledge, Maria answered that simple question with authority.
I know! Beatrice!
What? Beatrice. She's the witch. Didn't you ever hear about her long ago? The witch? You mean of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island that's only about 10 kilometers around. However, considering that only the Ushiromiya family lives here, that's quite large. So only a harbor and the site around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as it was when it was still uninhabited. To understand just how dangerous a vast and empty forest with no lamplight, phones, or people passing through it at all actually is, you need to shift your urban assumptions a little. You see, if by any chance you fell down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprained your ankle, cry or scream, no one would come save you. If it then got dark, the forest where there are no streetlights would become enshrouded in complete darkness. Also, since there obviously aren't any guideposts here, it's easy to get lost and lose your sense of direction in the dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were like oceans on land, geographically separating one culture from another. Just as fishermen who go out into the ocean occasionally have their lives put in danger despite their technical knowledge was also demanded of hunters who went out into the forest, and their lives were occasionally put in danger just the same. If a child were to go play in that dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Some parent must have had that thought. Maybe my grandmother, or possibly the man himself, my grandfather, might have said it. Or maybe it was a story handed down on this island from long, long ago. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. Thus Rokkenjima's ghost story was born. That is the legend of the Witch of Rokkenjima. So when we say witch on this island, we're referring to the master of the vast and savage forest. Which reminds me, when I was a little and stayed at this mansion, during the eerie nights where the wind and rain struck the windows, stories like the witch of the forest is roaming around in search of a sacrifice would scare the heck out of me. Beatrice, huh? As I searched my memory prompted by Aniki, I did vaguely remember being told that was her name when I was very small. Right. Still, I completely forgot that the witch of that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. God damn, don't tell me grandfather went out of his way to have her depicted in this painting just because his grandchildren refused to believe him. It's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hung up, he's been losing the distinction between fantasy and reality. To us, it's no more than the witch from his imagination, but to grandfather, she's a being who exists on this island. Exists. That's why he says he had that picture painted, so that we'd understand. Huh. Creeps the hell out of me. Milady. To the master, this is an important portrait. I must request strongly that you not say such a thing in front of him. I know that. You couldn't get me to say it even if you begged me. Jessica turned away after glaring a second at the portrait. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining hall.
Hungry!
Only a small portion of this island is controlled by the Ushiromiya family. If all of the wild remainder was the witch Beatrice's domain, then one could say that she was the one being who actually ruled over Rokkenjima. That unsettling, ominous feeling I had felt on the boat trip when I learned that the shrine had been struck by lightning revived within me a bit. At that time, Kumasawa-san had tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima and had been stopped by Jessica. I didn't know what she had tried to tell us about this island. But there was one thing I did know. Rokkenjima's ruler was not the Ushiromiya family. It was the witch, Beatrice. Yes, because this was the witch's island.
Battler! Ooh, slow.
When I looked around, everyone was already heading toward the dining hall. I hurriedly chased after them. Beatrice. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining hall. Genji-san knocked. I have brought the children. If you will excuse me. The door was open and we were invited inside. The dining hall, which screamed filthy rich, featured a super long table which was obviously designed with no other purpose than to make the guests conscious of their rank, and our parents were already seated at it in accordance with that ordering. You're late, brats. Hurry up and take your seats. The old bastard pressed us to sit. Only the places where we would sit were empty at the long table, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the very head of the table, which you might call the seat of honor, was for the most highly ranked and reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He was probably planning to come in last to make himself look important. The seating order as you faced the seat of honor went in from left to right in rows of 2, with the ranking being lower on the further you went from it. So on the left-hand side of the row closest to the seat of honor was the second-ranked seat belonging to the eldest of the adult siblings, Uncle Kraus. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet either, so that seat was empty. And then opposite of him, on the right-hand side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Auntie Ava, ranked at number 3. The left-hand side of the second row was for number 4. There sat the old bastard Rudolph as the third of the siblings. Opposite him sat number 5, the youngest sibling, Auntie Rosa. Going like this, you might think that the next ones to come would be their husbands and wives, but guess again, because the left-hand seat in the following third row, meaning rank number 6, was actually Jessica's seat. Opposite her was George Eineke. Then, the seat next to Jessica was me, and opposite me was Maria. And next to me, on the left-hand side of the 5th row, all the way down at number 10, finally, came Aunt Natsuhi. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi in the 6th and final row on the left-hand side was Kirie-san. The seat opposite to Kirie-san had been laid out like the others but was empty. According to this ranking system, that spot was the seat where Auntie Rosa's husband should be sitting. He hasn't come, as far as I know, yet the table had been laid out for his seat. These kinds of ranking orders usually permit the spouse a corresponding status, but the Ushiromiya family had an original kind of ranking. Maybe it's a leftover of male chauvinism. Under the notion that a mother's womb is only a temporary house for the child, and she contributes no genes, the children of direct descent would have the highest ranking, followed by the grandkids, meaning that the spouses with no blood ties would be considered the last in line. It's terrible, but according to that ranking order, grandmother, if she was still alive, would be in a position even lower than mine. In youth, obey your father, after marriage, your husband, after aging, your children. A leftover of the times when they used to say, women, no home in 3 worlds. I've never heard that. No home in 3 worlds. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I'd thought it was so great that we could all chat with the adult siblings sitting in their group and us cousins in ours. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, married to the eldest son of the family, responsible for managing the household, and number 2 for all practical intents and purposes, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was difficult to guess what was going through her head. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture before sitting down. How nice to see you, Battle. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Yeah. Normal life, you know, food, meals, eating. Then suddenly I was this tall. Boys do grow fast, don't they? How tall are you? I guess about 180 centimeters. No, wait, you missed your moment. You're supposed to jump in with, did you do anything besides eat? I'm sorry. After a moment, she gave a small laugh, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my dad's older brother's wife. It is easier to get if I call her Jessica's... Is it easier to get if I call her Jessica's mother? It feels bad to say it like this, but not that I hated her, but I didn't particularly like her. She never got into our kids' circle, and my only impression of her was as someone who always talked about complicated stuff with my parents while having a crabby expression on her face. The fact is that having barely ever exchanged words, I hesitated a lot, even just now, about how to approach her. And it was pretty much a flop. The silverware had been tidily set up on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in. As a rule, the meal doesn't start until the man at the head of the table has taken his seat. So as long as grandfather, the highest ranked, didn't come, lunch would be indefinitely on hold. Not even the appetizers would come. In other words, the silence of the dining hall was the sound of our parents as they withstood their hunger and waited on tenterhooks for grandfather to come. Except the grandfather I remembered had always showed up at the right time when we ate together like this. He wouldn't ever have been so late as to have everyone else waiting on him. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about staying on time. Well, maybe 6 years ago, yeah. But not lately. Seriously, he's off in his own little world now. He doesn't even show up at family meals. I figured he'd at least stick around for today's meal, though. That said, if he doesn't turn up, it'll be a hell of a lot more relaxed and happier to boot. Jessica? After being scolded by her mother, Jessica faced the other way, sticking her tongue out. No way around it. Nothing to do but wait for the host to arrive. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 20 minutes past 12. Oh shit, he's here. The aged master of the Ushiromiya head house, Ushiromiya Kinzo. He was there in his study. The clock showed noon, but he didn't even attempt to get up. With reading glasses on his face, he stacked up old-fashioned books with elaborately designed bindings, one on top of another beside him, immersing himself in their reading. It definitely didn't look like it was for his leisure. On the contrary, he exuded impatience, crisis, as though every minute, every second were precious. The sealed room was dense with dancing dust particles, and the air stagnated with a mix of smells of various elixirs, each giving off its own suspicious stench. They were somehow sweet and heavy. For anyone with a good nose, the first thing they'd do after entering would be to open a window and ventilate the room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling "Father" sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a heavy sigh, he snapped shut the old book he had in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was continuing to knock on the door.
Silence! Will you not stop that noise, fool? Who taught you that doors shall be opened until if you knock?
They crucified that imbecile. Do you wish the same upon yourself? Is he talking about Jesus? Did he just say of Jesus Christ they crucified that imbecile? Father, today is the day of the family conference. It comes just once a year. Everyone is gathered downstairs. Please come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study and hated letting even his family into the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call out thus from the corridor. Molest me not! Everyone? Who is everyone? You refer to the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all! Chop them up, make them into firewood, feed them to the witch's hearth. Put a pot in a hearth and boil wormwood. And if it's still there, remain imbeciles foolish enough to dare try to lure me out of here, force them to drink that broth of the apocalypse. This motherfucker is losing his goddamn mind. Preserve the remainder in liquor. Will do. Genji, where are you? Call for Genji. Have my demonic absence prepared. The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. The green fairy? Where's Genji? Call for Genji. Before the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who would not come out. Looks like he hates me to his core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying, "It's no use," and smiled bitterly. He himself hadn't believed for a moment that his father would answer his calls. However, as it was the duty of the eldest son, he had formally made the request. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, you know. How about you show your face just a little?
Shut up, be silent. You dare admonish me, Nanjo. I do not call for you, I said to call for Genji. Now hurry, call for him this instant.
Time is short. The apostles are already readying their trumpets. Why do you not understand this, you foolish sheep? Kinzo slammed the old heavy book on the table over and over. The racket obviously indicated his highest displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open, as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, "Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the Locust Legions, reap the smiles of the earth." Yeah, all is filthy, all is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? This feels like Dark Souls boss dialogue. He'd be a great Moby Dick character, yeah. Call for Genji! I have no idea what he's yelling. I guess he's finally gone nuts. Kraus-san, isn't that a bit harsh to your birth father? My dad is already dead. All that's here is a phantom of what he once was. At any rate, as long as he lacks the will to leave that room, there's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let that lunch Goda's so proud of get any colder. It's one of the few things the others have to look forward to here. Huh. Well, he's kind of being a nice guy in a way. Kraus spun on his heels. He looked at his wristwatch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san, father is calling for you. Keep him company. Certainly. Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, even our sense of taste will go insane from this sweet smell. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo looked first to Kraus's back as he disappeared down the stairs, then to the study door, and he let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji-san. Please. Yes, please leave it to me. If possible, don't give him alcohol. It's too powerful a habit. Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Where is Genji? Call for Genji. Who dares keep Genji from going? Now, please leave it to me. Sorry. Nanjo gave a small duck of his head and descended the stairs. Genji saw him off and knocked at the study door. My lord, it is Genji. Genji! Why must you make me wait so long? There's no one there, I trust? Yes, I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. An old-fashioned switch. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo believed that his family might try to break into his study. Perhaps someone once opened the window for some air and scattered some important documents or something, and that had made him extremely upset. Now Kinzo had placed a secure lock in his room, making it so that without his permission nobody could enter, and locking himself in the dungeon he himself created. Genji, who he had trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that was not absolute. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even he wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, not even seeing his face. I feel like all of this was demonstrated just now. And most of the time, they wouldn't even get a real conversation. However, that didn't pose any particular problem for the family. That was because they had no reason to go out of their way to interfere with the retirement of the cantankerous and aged head. The fact that he was completely immersed in his odd research and always locked up in his hideaways was something of a benefit. They made the most of his refusal to leave the study, entrusting him to the hands of the servants, while they themselves kept their distance. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering that they were placed in this shady-looking room, you could almost suspect that they might be ghastly poisons. The inside of alcohol. The inside of the study was filled with the mountainous library of outlandish books that Kinzo had amassed. They were bizarre old books, some banned, and every one of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. Oh. Of course, if one were to actually call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say something like this. Call them grimoires! There were candles which had melted in a suspicious-looking fashion and taken on peculiar forms. And they're not dolls, they're action figures. And all manner of other strange objects, probably having something to do with black magic. The constellations covering the celestial globe would have caused anyone who knew the night sky well to raise an eyebrow. The illustrations inscribed in old books, haphazardly left open, ranged from the religious and mythical to the demonic and grotesque, as well as bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, the sweet poisonous smell that filled the room, which to those entering for the first time would surely be a profound assault on the sense of sight, smell, and all the other senses. Making them lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji, with his well-trained hand, prepared Kinzo's usual drink. If you didn't know that the ghastly dark green liquid that filled the completely complexly designed bottle was liquor, you certainly wouldn't want to put it in your mouth. You said almost exactly the same sentence at the start of the game. He poured a small quantity of the spirit into the glass, placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon, and then poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the colorless water was poured into it, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. It created the strange visual illusion that the water had caused a chemical reaction, which made it all the more difficult to perceive the concoction as liquor. To this, he added an original flavoring that Kinzo liked and fine-tuned the taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swing when he drank it, and he had learned how to make it only after many decades. Genji placed the glass on a tray and made his way over to Kinzo. Kinzo was now gazing out the window. As you asked, my lord. Thank you. Kinzo had regained his composure, so much so that he was now unrecognizable as the man who had been shouting, screaming, and yelling just moments before. In that man's back dwelt a dignity and intelligence that made plain simply by how he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window. Genji, in order to allow Kinzo to set down his glass at any time, motionlessly waited behind and to his left as though he were a living sideboard. As he did, Kinzo stuck out just the glass, his gaze still directed at the world outside the window. There was just a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it up upon the tray, as Genji expected, but was a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Drink it, my friend. That is more than I deserve. No need for ceremony between us. Drink it, friend. Thank you. Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. Then he downed it in one gulp. I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, my lord. Huh. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. It was relaxed, like a smile at a close friend's unriddable bad habit. We have grown old, you and I. I forgot my age a long time ago. That I was permitted to live the life I have until today has been thanks to you, my lord. Very gay. Kinzo gave a thin smile as if to say he didn't need compliments. You have served me exceedingly well these years. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many, all of them, retired in their growing fear of me. Only you, even now, serve me. That is more than I deserve. I doubt I have much left to live. Time left to live. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. That fool Kraus squanders money like water, throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. With that, he deludes himself into saying he earned money. Eva is a slave to money, thinking of me as a hen or whatnot. As if when I die, she'll even use my carcass to make broth. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a nobody. Jessica is incompetent and illiterate. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiromiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. Maria is obscene to the eye. Why is the Ushiromiya blood so incompetent? He's literally crying. Is there anyone worthy to inherit the glory I built? Of course, I know this is Beatrice's curse. I know it. Golden Witch, is this supposed to be your revenge against me? Pretty much. Hate me if you wish. Run away if you wish. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Won't let you go. Won't let you go. Mine. You cannot be anywhere but in my arms. You are my entire life. You'll continue to whisper for all eternity in my birdcage, to me, only to me. Beatrice. Why? What did you do back this time? Beatrice. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and the glass down and patted his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. After his almost deranged outburst of the past few minutes settled down, Kinzo regained his composure once more. The way his attitude changed was like seeing 2 different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. And so, I have decided. I cannot stand spending the insipid remainder of my life procrastinating like this. If I have any final coins left to gamble, then I choose to abandon them all to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk staked upon it. That sounds important. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery to nail a curse doll to a tree. The magic power dwells in incurring the risk that it will be seen before 7 days pass. The more dangerous the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. All the various miracles that appear in myth can be called crystals of astonishing magic power, obtained through miraculously low probabilities and astronomical risks. Sure, that Moses parted the sea was no miracle of God's. It was that utterly desperate risk weighed upon the scales of oppression, of being cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea's shores, which gave birth to miraculous magic power. Even if the same thing occurs again on the same scope, the sea will no doubt not part. That is because Moses managed to spectacularly draw out the single miracle carved in the roulette of those in power, which has more pockets than a Sogi 10-5. Okay, well, Actually, I did want that. I don't know how to. I was gonna check that translation note there, but I thought I just had to click on it. I assume that was either a shogi or a Go reference. The power to triumph over astronomical odds. Yes, magical power is, in other words, having the luck to grasp a miracle. To obtain great magical power, one must bear a risk that is hopelessly great. Those who possess no magic would call this not a bet, but pure desperation. However, those who truly do possess magical power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I will seize that miracle. I will be able to make the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Kinzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the sky. And if I were to have what it takes to obtain that miracle, oh, Beatrice, Beatrice, Show me your lovely smile once more. He always loops back to this. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile. That is all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all of the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, gold. I'll return everything you granted me. I just want to see your smile. I beg of you, Beatrice. Oh. Really keep coming back to this, man. His nonsensical yells segued into a scream, and then into a wail. Kinzo crumpled onto the floor and clawed at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lament. They really wanted you to feel how fucking mad he has gone from Beatrice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the head of the family is not in his best shape. He considers it a great shame that he will not be able to partake in lunch with you all, having assembled especially for this long-awaited yearly meeting. Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin today's lunch. Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad? Surely he could at least showed his face, couldn't he? Rather than his physical condition, it's his mood. And for that, there is no medicine I can prescribe. Oh, come on, for God's sake, mood again. We come here to hear how he's doing and making time in our schedules in this damn busy season of autumn. That's just... Then you got what you wanted, Rudolph. You managed to hear how he's doing. Or do you want to take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, even though Rudolph seemed to resent the way his father did whatever he pleased, he'd rather avoid seeing his face if he could help it. Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner? Kraus-Nissan? I have no idea. You can try to ask father directly. Although, I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. The only one who can bring grandfather's temper under control is Genji-san. Pretty damn pathetic when you have to have a servant deal with your own parents' bad mood. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She'd planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away sulking. His condition can't be that bad, can it? With that kind of temper? I mean, if they were saying he's not feeling well, that'd be one thing. But if his mood's that bad, at least it's proof he's got some fight in him. Well, grandfather does have specially strong willpower. But it doesn't mean that his body will always follow that. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left. If the initial diagnosis was correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. We have to be more concerned for him. Lunch started with the family head's seat still empty. The man who should have been sitting there was already old, and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiromiya family in a single lifetime was slowly being forgotten. Nobody seemed to feel uncomfortable when the meal began, with that seat still empty. Yeah, fuck that old guy. Oh shit, what is this? Baby, 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 baby. The Ushiromiya Family Conference was held once every year. It took place on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to use a pretentious name like Family Conference, expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other surrounded by buckets of sushi. However, in the Ushiromiya family, where the sons and siblings are lent great fortunes, and only those that achieve success in business are considered adults, it literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What kind of business was conducted? How much was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or alternatively, how much would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these had been discussed very seriously in the past. My dad called it a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where one would commonly be showered with harsh and angry voices and even get slapped in the face despite being well past the age for it. However, that was all a thing of the past. By now, everyone had achieved success in their own independent business ventures, and it was on the road to becoming a normal yearly get-together. Even so, being asked by grandfather about the current state of play was an extremely stress-inducing event, and while to us grandchildren it was nothing more than a simple meeting, to our parents it was still a real stomachache. The absence of the man responsible for all this, whatever the reason behind it, must surely have made today's lunch even more delicious. The phrase, "when the cat is away, the mice will play," comes to mind. Well then, let me introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my dad's left is his older brother and the father of Jessica, Uncle Kanji. This name sure is easy to read, Kraus. After so many weird names, it warps your sense of what's normal and you start to think, hey, what's wrong with Kraus? Sounds pretty cool, actually. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I don't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to talk to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. From the way my dad talked about him, it seemed that he used to be a pretty spiteful and unreasonable person. If what Dad said is true, he used to be very domineering as the oldest sibling, and was hated by Auntie Ava, Auntie Rosa, and the rest of the family. Odd, considering they are all having fun chatting together. Well, I guess even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and go their separate ways, their relationship changes. Nah, they just become deeper tier. That's probably what this is. After all, they all have children about the same age. Since they share family environments, they probably all profit by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, the parent circle has been deep in conversation for a while now about the exams Jessica and I are going to be taking. Jessica, in order to escape the discussion of exams with the old bastard sitting on her left, was purposefully facing to the right, firing off topic after topic so as not to give him an opening. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite from Uncle Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kyrie-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems that he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. Apparently he used to own a huge clinic in the nearby Nijima Island, but he turned it over to his son and then began living a life of leisure at his old age. He's known grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on the island, and they have a history going back several decades. I thought he might be grandfather's companion in his suspicious hobbies, but surprisingly it seems that he's grandfather's chess partner. I see, that kind of hobby does seem very like our grandfather with his love of Western style. You could probably also call him the only person able to enter Rokenjima who is neither a family member nor a servant. From listening in on his conversation with the womenfolk seated near him, he gave the impression of a calm old gentleman. Considering he's managed to put up with our short-tempered grandfather for so long, I'm sure his big heart is nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he is his doctor, having someone from outside the Ushiromiya family attending the family conference is a little odd. From that fact, I imagine that grandfather's condition has grown much worse, and it may even be one of the major topics of discussion at the family conference. George Aniki was just saying it too. For the past year, grandfather has been continually pronounced as having very little time left to live. It's awful to talk about, but grandfather is an extremely rich man. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released along with our parents' stomach acid, surely leading to some serious ulcers. With this kind of thing, the greater the number of ways it must be split, the more trouble will be caused by splitting it. This kind of talk would probably also be included in the family conference. Oh well, it's not like it has anything to do with us children. Finally, even though he's absent, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that seat of honor is Ushiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. He gave everyone else in the family these weird names, but he himself uses one which is conservative as all hell. If only his name were written with those same characters for gold and vault, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. That'd be totally awesome. As you can probably gather from all the talk about him, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. Because I'm just his grandkid and haven't met him since I was in elementary school 6 years ago, I don't remember ever having been beaten by him, but it seems that our parents were raised with an iron fist. The earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go try to convince grandfather to come out seems oddly funny if you take this into account. In order to tell grandfather's story, you have to take yourself all the way back to before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989, to recount the tale of the Ushiromiya family. I don't know how long this is going to take. I'm going to take a piss. Do you think this is a good place to stop, or should I go a bit farther? Let me know by the time I get back from the bathroom. All right, we'll push a little further. Until the Meiji 1868 to 1912 and Taisho 1912 to 1926 eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills and were very wealthy people who merely had to fall about laughing while the money rolled in. Incidentally, grandfather, as a member of a branch family, originally had nothing to do with the main family. Distantly separated from the head's inheritance, he apparently had very little involvement with the head house. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya main family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. Well, isn't that the fire that took out like half of all fucking film and anime that existed at that time in Japan? It then became a matter of who would become the heir to the main family, and as it turned out, none were left except for Kinzo, who was far removed from the main family line as they come. Kinzo himself later said that it was such good luck, it was as though fate itself had been turned upside down. With that, grandfather's ordinary life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the wealth that the dying Ushiromiya family had almost completely lost. Of course, just because you suddenly dump a task on someone doesn't mean that they can do squat to accomplish it. I doubt the people around him were expecting much. But this is where grandfather began to display his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family funds and everything from the hair on his head to his toenails as collateral to borrow a massive amount of money, created a gigantic supply of funds, and immediately started a business. It was like tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. Yeah, that sounds like business. Probably anyone would have thought that grandfather had no business ability. But with an unbelievable amount of good luck and miracles, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, before anyone knew it, he had forged powerful connections with the Allied forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were in charge of Japan. Grandfather, in a twinkle of the eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. At this point, it was no longer luck but information that won the day. He must have made some seriously thick connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew about the emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War before they happened. No, more than that, he must have foreseen these special procurements and started penetrating those markets from the very beginning. History textbooks say that all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands for the Korean War, but that wasn't the case in reality. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, Grandfather was an extremely lucky member of this group of winners. This all happened during the year 1950, Showa 25, I think. And since the year of the Great Kanto earthquake was 1923, Taisho 12, that means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family to a level even higher than it had been before in the span of only 20 to 30 years. With that, you'd think that he would revive the main family in Odawara, but for some reason he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property and then reneged on it and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and furthermore, he had the sponsorship of the GHQ, which meant that nobody could oppose him. It seems that Tokyo provided the land for next to no money at the time. Tokyo later made repeated complaints for the land to be returned, but not much could be done due to the involvement of the GHQ, even though they'd been pushed into it. No doubt, he'd bribed everyone there was to bribe. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and blessed with good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it wasn't all luck. He was skilled with English, and this was cultivated by his Western obsession. Like an anime fan learning Japanese through anime. It was by using that as a weapon that he was able to make inroads into the GHQ. A mansion was immediately built on the island. That would be this mansion. Grandfather, who had always loved the West, made this once uninhabited island, Rokenjima, a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. The Western mansion that he had always imagined, overflowing with emotion, the beautiful garden where various roses had been planted, and a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. To have this much would be every man's dream. After that, making good use of his huge fortune, he became a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using his dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person normally gets portrayed after the fact as having the ability to foresee and predict the future or something, but Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that, with all of his dreams made real, can't help but grow increasingly odd when locked up alone on an island. Everyone knows he's been obsessed with the West for a very long time, but none of our parents really knows when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Perhaps his love of black magic began way back when he became fascinated with the West, or possibly his miraculous stretch of good luck which allowed him to revive the family caused him to feel a mysterious power in himself. At some point, Grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work, filling his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. This is what it was like when I got into anime. These being the few remaining years of a person successful in life, those around him warmly watched over him, feeling the time was his to spend as he pleased, or so I hear, but no way in hell that's true. They probably were just driven away, thinking, that's disturbing, I don't want to get involved. It's definitely like when I got into anime. Well, that war-torn period was a time for big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. I'd like to see Grandfather do so well if he'd been born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average company employee. If that had happened, he'd probably be sitting here with the rest of us, regaling us with tales of his shitty boss. No, not here, in the dining hall of a mansion. We might have been around a table at some bar. If that were the case, I'm sure that this would have been a more comfortable family conference. Alright, that's enough talk about the old geezer who won't pop off. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. That was already sold by the sashimi salad. Goda-san is one hell of a chef. You know what? I'm going to call it here. We'll come back and do the food at another time. But let's go ahead and conclude this first episode. How do I save my game? That's not the way to do it. Nope. Oh shit, what did I just do? I feel like I skipped ahead or something. Tab, maybe? Do I have to hit escape twice? No, that just brings it back. What button do I press to, it's a right click. Okay. Save. Alrighty. Okay. We've saved. All right, everybody. This has been the first 4 hours or so of Umineko no Naku Koro ni. We have not even made it to the end of the first episode of the anime. The first 20-minute episode of anime did not even cover the first 4 hours of reading in this game. Pretty impressive how fucking long it is. So yeah, it's going to take, we're just going to be patient about it. You know, there's no sense trying to get through it as quickly as possible. It's going to take as long as it's going to take. What do I think so far? I think it is not as annoying how wordy it is as I thought it would be. I thought it would annoy me more. There are certain times where it's like, okay, you just said that, or like, you know, it's interesting because there's a lot of people say show don't tell. This is show and tell again and show again. Like, make sure you really fucking know what's going on. But I kind of appreciate it because it's fucking huge. Like, there's so many characters, there's so many details. Bringing up certain stuff again does a good job of making sure you reinforce those certain details. Like, there's a lot being mentioned, so if something doesn't get mentioned 3 times and something else does, you really hone in on that 3 times thing, you know? Yeah, like, this translation's really well written. It's hard for me to know how much of that is just because the original is well written as well, but like, you know, I don't have any problems with the writing, which is something I usually have a problem with, especially with translated stuff. So that's nice. It reads well. The voice acting is solid. I enjoy doing the voices. And I kind of like how ridiculously detailed it is, because you can constantly feel the sense of, well, that's probably going to be important. That's going to be important. That's going to be important. And it's like, on the one hand, it doesn't really it doesn't close a lot of those little circles, you know, it really is just kind of fucking around and setting stuff up, but it feels so real that like I found myself getting invested in the characters and their conversations just because I'm like, I've been here, I've done this. And like, particularly with family reunions, like they feel like they last forever, right? Because like every interaction is kind of important or meaningful because it's like everyone who's there means something to you and you don't see them all the time, so every single interaction is like your whole perspective on that person, you know. So it is kind of important to go into this level of detail because that's the way, like when me and Bird talk about having just been like at a family event, we will talk about the interactions we had the way that Battler is talking about them in the moment. The way he's like analyzing what's happening is the conversation I would normally have after the fact, going back and like analyzing what we just saw, you know? So I like that aspect of it. It is, I don't mind the repetitiveness as much as I thought I would. It is incredibly slow, but again, I've gotten really wrapped up in like the fact that it feels so real, you know? And there are so many characters that it kind of reminds me of like Twin Peaks a little bit, That feeling of like starting off just kind of slice of lifey and introducing you to all these people who seem fairly normal and relatable, but you know that they're all like, as we peel back who they really are, you'll see how each of them, like real people, is actually a total fucking freak. Best character so far. I mean, it's most fun to do Maria's voice. Woo! Who do I think is actually best so far? Battler's dad is fun. I mean, I guess the best is Kinzo, right? Kinzo's fucking absolutely nuts. Yeah, I agree. George is the one who seems the most like he's hiding something. I like Shannon's big titties, and I like that the old maid lady is like secretly nice, even though she acts like she's suspicious. But yeah, I would say overall, it's solid. It's interesting. Again, I've seen the anime, which does go, even though it's obviously incredibly truncated, it does go through a lot of the story. So I do have a sense of who these characters are and what they're about. And I remember everybody be like, what's so good about Umineko and Higurashi for that matter is that the more you learn, the more you inevitably just like the characters. Like even characters who you start off really hating, you'll eventually learn something about them that's kind of cool. So like I know that fact about the series, which makes it hard for me to be like, oh well, fuck this guy. You know, it's like, well, okay, he's probably gonna do something cool at some game. You know, you should probably just stop the game so the intro doesn't keep playing. No. I want to hear the seagulls. Before I got to the OP, this would just play this seagull thing over and over again. Only after seeing the OP in the game did it start playing that, which is interesting also. All right, everybody. That's going to be it for tonight. And I will soon see you. You know, well, aside from this being again next Wednesday, I also remind you that on Friday will be part 2 of the Simone group watch. If you missed part 1, go check that out. It happened yesterday. Part 2, episode 7 through 11, 7:30 Friday. Every Tuesday and Friday is Simone. Every Wednesday is Umineko. And every other day of the week, I do other live streams anyways, usually where people can request me to watch anything for $1 per minute or read anything for $1 per page. All right. Check out those streams in the future. Thank you, everybody. Good night.